start with an invocation, a prayer from Representative Schlegel, and then Representative Krigo will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Would you bow your heads with me? Dear Lord, we just thank you for this beautiful morning. We thank you for this time that we gathered together to do the work of the Ag Committee. Just ask for your blessing and your wisdom today as we work on these issues. Just pray that you would really guide us. Thank you for your love and your care. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, and then since we are in Senator Kolb's hometown, he has a special treat for us today. Senator Kolb, would you like to introduce your guest?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, welcome first to Senate District 12. And we have a very special guest here today, Emma Zanetti, and her dad's in the audience, Joey Zanetti. And she's going to sing the national anthem. She is a local talent, and we're really lucky to have a person like this here in our community. And I'll take it away with Emma. She's also going to sing a follow-up song of her choice after the national anthem. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Thank you and welcome. Take it away.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the rampart we watched, whistle gallantly streaming, and the bombs bursting gave free through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the and the home of the brave? And for my second piece, I would like to sing Se tu mami se sospiri by Peresotti. Se tu sospiri su per me, gentil pastor, quanto de tui batiri, diletto del tuo amor, se pensi che soltanto io ti debbarei amar. Pastorello sei soggetto facilmente a t'ingannar. Pastorello sei soggetto facilmente a t'ingannar. Facilmente a t'ingannar. Bella rosa purpurina, oggi Silvia sceglierà con la scuzza della spina, dopo poi la sprezzerà, dopo poi la sprezzerà. Ma degli uomini il consiglio io per me non seguirò, non perché mi piace Giglio, io tre fiori sprezzerò. Se tu sospiri so per me, gentil pastor, o dolore de tui materi, o diletto del tuo amor, ma se pensi che soletto io ti debbarei soggetto facilmente attingano. Pastorello sei soggetto facilmente attingano. Facilmente attingano.
Well, what a wonderful way to begin a meeting. Thank you so much for entertaining us here today. We appreciate it. All right, with that, we'll get started with our first topic, the Bureau of Land Management update. It looks like we have them online. Is that right, Katie? All right, so we'll just wait for a moment until we get them online. And will that be Brad Purdy or Andrew Archuleta? Mr. Purdy, okay.
Are you able to hear us and see us?
Welcome, Mr. Purdy. We cannot see you. We can hear you. It looks like your video feed is off.
Fix for you, boss. Give us just a second here and hopefully we'll be with you.
Yes, take a moment and get us all lined out here.
There you go.
Now we can
Okay.
see you.
Great. Well,
We can see you. You might turn your volume up just a bit.
can you hear us now?
Yes. Can everyone hear? All right, please proceed. Welcome to the Ag Committee.
Thank you very much. My name is Andrew Archuleta. I'm the state director for BLM Wyoming.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Brad Purdy. I'm the Associate State, the Deputy State Director of Communications for BLM Wyoming.
So Madam Chairman and Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, we really do appreciate the opportunity to come and talk with you. Apologize that we could not be there in person, just could not work it out logistically with other things going on. But hopefully we can have a good conversation here in this manner. And what we're going to do is update you on a couple of different or several different issues, and then obviously open to questions, and we'll just kick off with that. So I'm going to start off with the Rock Springs RMP. And I just want to remind folks, that is a draft document. There were no decisions made in that document. And we received over 35,000 comments, and we are in the process of responding to those comments. We have read through every one of them, and we are addressing them. Just go back a little bit. That RMP revision was initiated in 2011, and the purpose was to replace the 1997 Green River RMP. We released it in 2003 or 2023, and the public comment period ended January 17th of 2024. We did hold 3 public meetings, and we worked with the Wyoming Governor's Task Force through the Ruckelshaus Institute to address the proposed management decisions and try to gather the main concerns, the largest concerns, and address those as we work through a final proposed alternative or final alternative. We are committed to addressing those comments, and we, whether it be the Governor's Task Force comments, your comments, or other comments from the public, I think in the new final alternative, you will see those directly addressed through the new alternative. Some of the bigger issues that came up were obviously designation of ACECs, special recreation management area, rights of ways and exclusion areas. And we have taken steps in the proposed or the new alternative, what will be the final alternative, to address those issues, as well as grazing, which came up as well. So I just want to assure you all that, we did hear you. We have specifically addressed the majority of those comments, and we're looking at releasing a final end of July, early August timeframe. And then it'll go into a 30-day appeal period and 60-day governor's consistency review, and looking at a final document near the November-ish timeframe. Madam Chairman, would you like me to take questions after each topic, or do you just want me to go through everything? What's your preference there?
Thank you for asking. I would prefer we take questions after each topic. So if you're finished with the Rock Springs RMP, we'll go into questions on that.
Yes, please.
All right, committee, any questions? All right. Representative Conrad.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Archuleta, thank you for being, or more importantly, presenting this morning. A question for you is, based on the multitude of RMPs that are being rolled out, what learnings have you undertaken from this initial one, let's say the Rock Springs RMP, to say the Buffalo or future ones? Have you learned, are there any learnings that you have gained or gathered, and more important, that will change in the future?
Thank you for the question,
Go ahead,
Representative Conrad.
Mr. Archuleta.
Thank you for the question, Representative Conrad and Madam Chairperson and members of the committee. You know, every RMP is slightly different. Well, the 3 RMPs we're working on right now are slightly different in what has generated the interest or direction to redo the RMP. For example, Newcastle and Rock Springs, very outdated, and trying to get those updated to conform with kind of what's going on right now in terms of land management. The Buffalo RMP, obviously that was court ordered. The judge directed us to redo portions of that RMP. So to answer your question, you know, here in Wyoming, I think that the public as a whole cares a lot about the land, and very interested in hearing what those concerns are, what those issues are, and where we want to head land management. Again, given incorporating the administration's direction and the priorities that we have right now. So, you know, I think just to answer your question directly, really it's communication, and we need to up our level of communication with the public, with private or with local and county governments and state government.
Follow up, go ahead.
Madam Chair, thank you. Director Archuleta, one of the areas that's specifically speaking on behalf of the Rock Springs RMP, as you related to communications, one of the largest challenges is at least in the meetings that I attended, the inability for the public to ask questions, or more importantly, have a question and answer period. It was just a total delivery without input or questions from the community. Is there, I guess, a vehicle to move that forward to enable the community and respective shareholders to ask questions at those forums?
Go ahead.
Representative and Madam Chairman and the committee, you know, they are set up with the format to ask questions, not necessarily in the large group setting, because that has not always been a productive way to approach it. You know, we have moved to basically a presentation and then stations where the public can go up to the individual specialists and ask specific questions. You know, and that is helpful. It's really the written comments that are most important, though, and we did receive a large volume of written comments, 35,000, and that is the best way for us to address specific comments. I'll leave it at that.
All right, Senator Cole.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Director Archuleta, good morning. I'd like to ask or to reiterate that in the past you've asked or you're going to accept comments on the Rock Springs RMP from anywhere, overseas, anywhere, and that I just want to make sure that's, I guess that's still what you're doing. So could you clarify, I guess, the people you accept comments from, particularly not United States citizens? Thank you, Director.
Go ahead, Director.
Thank you, Senator Cole. And Madam Chairman and the committee members. You know, we are required to accept comments from anybody and everybody. And, you know, it doesn't matter if they're from some other part of the country or Wyoming. we're required to accept and address those comments, if it makes sense to address them. I'll just tell you, I did not see a lot of comments from out of the country on this particular one. A lot of comments from the rest of the United States as well. But the majority really have been from Wyoming and Wyoming industry and Wyoming government. So yes, we do accept those comments. We are required to address them.
Well, do you have a follow-up, Senator? Okay. Anyone else? Senator Ide.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Archuleta. We're losing faith in Wyoming. Seems like we go from the Rock Springs RMP, which is the first fire, to the frying pan with the Buffalo RMP. I think most everybody on this committee has looked into the background of the people, the director or the interior director, the top of the BLM, Tracy Stone Manning. And, I think listening to my constituents, nobody really believes that anybody's listening back in Washington. They have their agenda. And like you mentioned earlier, their priorities, which are not Wyoming priorities. Can you make comment on that? What do we do to give the people of Wyoming confidence that you guys are actually listening to us out here? I mean, the Rock Springs RMP kind of started things off, and now they're taking our complete livelihood from coal out of the equation now too. And we're frustrated out here. I want to hear what your thoughts are on helping the priorities of Wyoming. Thank you.
Go ahead, Director.
Thank you, Senator and Madam Chairman and the other committee members. Everything we have BLM, we have a multiple use mandate, and that is very broad, as you well know. And with each administration, the priorities change in terms of how we implement that multiple use mandate. And you're right, every administration has a different focus and a different set of priorities, but they are all implemented within the rules and regulations that we have. And here at the state level, that is our job, is to implement those policies and laws. I just will tell you, you mentioned frustration about the voice not being heard. And I will tell you, the voice is being heard, and I am doing my best, and my staff are doing our best to deliver the message from the residents of Wyoming and the local and state governments upwards. With the Rock Springs RMP, you will see that. You will see it, that those comments have been heard, they have been addressed, and I'm hoping that that will restore some of your faith in what we're doing here in BLM Wyoming. You definitely will see that, and I understand the frustration. Like I said at the very beginning, the residents of Wyoming are very passionate about the landscape and public lands, and I really appreciate that. And having grown up in a community that depended on logging, mining, and agriculture, I do get it, and doing the best that we can here to address what's coming from the administration as well as the desires of Wyoming.
All right, any further questions? I have one, and I'm just wondering, since we do have an election coming up and that, as you stated, could change policy drastically. Because these plans are things that have been worked on for several years, sometimes even decades. How does that look if a new administration comes in? Do you start the process again? Can you make an amendment? For example, if we again place an emphasis on coal production and power production for the entire United States, which is what we are known for in a lot of ways, how do we restore what has been done in the process?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So, the RMPs are land use allocations, and so they can be amended And that's the process. You kind of asked, well, do we go back and start over? It kind of depends on where we're at in the process. I'll use the Rock Springs RMP as an example. We had not issued a public draft, even though it had begun in 2011 for a number of reasons, whether it be lawsuits, greater sage grouse, wild horses. There were a lot of reasons. So when this administration came in, we had not released a public draft. So that was the first public draft that went out. And I just, again, want to reiterate, that's not a decision document. The decisions will come with the final. You referenced the Buffalo RMP. You know, we're headed towards a final decision on that document. And the process, if the desires of the administration were to change that, we would, the administration could direct us to complete an amendment and change that decision or alter that decision in whatever manner. So that's the process, if you will.
All right, and a follow-up on that is, how long would you anticipate that taking, especially with the Buffalo RMP? We know the impact that will eventually have on the state of Wyoming. I think when we initially talked, you thought they may be able to mine until 2040 or something like that. However, that's a number that includes everyone's leases and what they have available to mine. So obviously that would have a negative impact on several operations and not all would survive. So how do you anticipate addressing that in a timely manner so that if priorities change, we're not putting people out of business?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So the 2000, let me comment on the 2041 date. That is our best estimate, given the current coal that is leased. That is our best estimate for how long production would last. Kind of depends on the market. If production goes up, that date moves back. Production goes down, that date moves out. So just want to clarify what that date means. If that is a fairly focused RMP amendment, and so the time frame for we were directed by the judge to do that one in a year. We asked him for an extension. It's taken us about a year and a half, year and 8 months, I guess, because we had to do some additional analyses. So it's hard to answer your question directly, and I'm just going to give you please understand that's really my best estimate for that particular RMP. If we are asked to do an amendment, we would probably be looking at a couple of years to get it complete from start to finish.
All right, okay, any further questions from the committee? Did I see a hand? Senator Hicks.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Andrew, first, I'd like to thank you for being here today and having the opportunity to visit with the state director and making this a priority. I want to thank you for always having your office door open and participating with the legislature and then the industries of the state of Wyoming. It's important that we have continued discussions with the BLM, particularly at your capacity, and particularly in ever-changing landscapes of priorities that come out of Washington. And so I think we look forward to continue working with you and your staff. There's a couple of questions that I have that I was hoping that maybe you could give us a little more information on. And this deals with the new public lands rule associated with conservation leasing. I know that that's been released, that's out there, but one of the things that talks about that is it says it directs the BLM to identify those landscapes in need of restoration and develop those restoration plans. And so in your capacity with all the different other field offices in the state of Wyoming, what is the approach going to be to try to identify, I'm assuming some of these may not be just grazing allotments, but could be old mining permits and stuff. But what does the process look forward to identify these areas where these potential conservation leases would be available? Is that a district by district methodology or statewide umbrella? How is that going to happen? If you could help me out with that, please.
Sure. Thank
Go
you,
ahead,
Senator.
Director.
Apologize for getting ahead of you. Thank you, Senator, Madam Chairwoman, and the rest of the committee. You know, guidance or implementation guidance for the public land rule is coming out as we speak, if you will. But what I anticipate is that it has to be a field office driven process, because it's really the field offices that know the ground and know what's occurring out there and where those lands are that require restoration. So that is always the beginning of the process, is to start with the field offices, gather it together by district. Then it'll come up here to the state office. We'll take a look at it. There may be some prioritization that goes on. And then ultimately it will go to our National Operations Center, and they will just create the maps of those and identify those areas that are not open, but in need of restoration work. But it has to be a field-driven process. And, my direction to the field will be to work with the local entities, the conservation districts, the counties, and to identify those areas that are really the priority.
All right, thank you for that.
Would you like a follow-up?
No, I just wanted to understand that this looks like it's going to be kind of a local field office driven. I'm assuming, Director, that there would be some advertisement working with some of the traditional historic cooperating agencies. You mentioned counties, conservation districts, state agencies. Would be a dynamic process trying to identify those areas, and then what the potential leases may be trying to remediate or address. Could be migration corridors, issues like that. So I just wanted to clarify that's the way that you anticipate the process moving forward.
Go
No,
ahead, Director. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that is
Thank you
accurate
for that.
We would start with a public process. Well, we'll start with an internal process and then open it up to the public, because the field offices already know some of those areas, right? I mean, they working out in the field every day. They know what some of those are. So we will begin to compile those maps, if you will, and then get public input on those and any additions that there might be out there.
One more follow-up. Any idea when we might have approval of the use of rejuver on BLM lands for cheatgrass and annual invasive grass species? Are you
Thank you for
hearing
that
anything
question.
from the Washington DC office?
Well, appreciate that question, and we have been pushing hard, because we are prepared to use it here in Wyoming, because there was some additional NEPA required by each of our field offices, and we are prepared to move forward with it. The limitation has been some consultation with Fish and Wildlife Service. The response I keep getting is any time now. I will follow up again and see if we can continue to push that, but I don't have a specific date. Soon. I mean, we need to make that happen. We work very closely with the pest control districts, the weed control districts, and we are prepared to move forward on the ground here in Wyoming. So been pushing hard, but I don't have a specific date for you.
Well, and I guess that would dovetail back into my first question on these conservation leases, and then, how those could potentially work together, but we need that tool quickly. So
Agreed.
any effort you can put towards getting that approval, and I know you understand the urgency and the implications of not having that tool available. So anything that we need to do from the legislature to assist you to speed that process up, please provide any opportunity that we can weigh in on that issue. If there's anything we can do, don't hesitate to ask.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right, Senator Kolb has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Director Archuleta, could you give a best estimate on when you believe the record of decision will come out on the Rock Springs RMP? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Bless you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Colvin. Madam Chairman and other committee members. I apologize. I'm fighting off a sinus infection or a cold here. So So we should have the final RMP document, the final alternative out. I'm thinking end of July, early August. And that would be followed by a 30-day appeal period and a 60-day governor's consistency review with a final record of decision probably in November.
Okay. I do have one other question on the public comment. You had mentioned more public comments, but I was wondering, I had heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there were only 14 comments on the Buffalo RMP as opposed to the 35,000 that you referenced here with the Rock Springs RMP. Could you explain maybe why that's such a differential between the public comments on those two RMPs?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Brad, I'm going to turn to Brad here and see if he has a response to that, because I'm not aware of the total number on the Buffalo RMP.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. Madam Chair, Chairwoman, members of the committee. I think some of that probably had to do with how focused and technical the Buffalo RMP was as opposed to the Rock Springs RMP. So obviously the Rock Springs RMP looked at, all uses across, multiple landscapes, where, the Buffalo RMP court ordered and very focused. And, I think a lot of what the court asked BLM to analyze and asked BLM to respond to was extremely technical, and thus only, maybe industry, maybe we didn't get as much comments from the general public as we did from, whether it be local cooperators, local governments, industry, mining association, folks like that.
All right, thank you for that. Any further questions before we go on to the next topic under the BLM? Seeing none, if you could visit with us a little bit about the sale of land to Pacific Corp.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So we are working on a non-competitive direct sale of 307.5 acres of public land to Sweetwater County, in Sweetwater County, to Pacific Corp. And, we have several different options when we dispose of land in that manner. Generally, we use a non-competitive sale if we have a piece of property that is adjoining, whether it be an industry or a ranch or something like that, where there is not other interest in that particular piece of property. But the notice of realty action was published in the Federal Register April the 18th of 2024. And the sale would allow Pacific Corp to gain ownership of the property, which is adjacent to the Jim Bridger power plant, and additional property owned by Pacific Corp. It would be subject to the provisions of the Federal Land Policy and Management Act and the BLM regulations, and it includes FLPMA requires that we sell it for no less than fair market value, and I think you're all aware of that. So written comments from the public, from interested parties, were accepted until June 3rd, so that is closed. And so we will work on finalizing that sale within the next few months. So we are getting close to making that happen.
All right, are there any questions on the BLM land sale to Pacific Corp? Any questions? There was one question I had, and we had done some research when the Marton Ranch sale came up, and I believe Senator I did a lot of that work, and it required the state legislature, from what we could understand, to have some input on the sale of federal land in the state of Wyoming. Is that one of the requirements here, or is this just an action that you take without us?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and members of the committee. So we don't have through FLPMA a requirement to, we do have a requirement to coordinate with local and state plans and local and state government, but In terms of a specific sale going to the state legislature, we don't have that specific requirement.
Okay, all right. Any further questions on that? Okay, Senator Ide.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Director. Just a comment on that as well. I don't know how familiar you are with the Marton Ranch sale where the federal government purchased a private ranch, deeded fee title. And there is an argument, and it's something to keep under your hat if you pursue any of that in the future. The U.S. Constitution under the Enclave Clause does say, and it's still the law of the land, that if the federal government purchases any private land within the state, it requires the consent of the legislature. So I would hope that you guys would consider that if you're gobbling up any more private land in Wyoming. Thank you.
Appreciate that comment.
All right. Yes, thank you very much. I think we're all just searching for ways we can become better partners, because it's been a little bit, we've felt a little left out on some of these decisions here lately. And I compliment your office for so many of the ways you've communicated and reached out by phone before press releases come out. And I thank you for all of that cooperation. And we understand that you are an arm of the federal government, that you don't create the policies yourselves, and it has to be difficult at times to administer some of the things you're seeing come from Washington, D.C., as it is for all of us. So we appreciate your willingness to work with us, and are just searching for other ways and other means that we can, maintain some state sovereignty and a say in some of these issues. If that makes sense.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. We really appreciate that. And just a quick comment on Marton and just land sales, land trades. Within each of our RMPs, we identify lands for disposal. And those are lands that we are willing to sell or trade. And so what I have set up a small team here in Wyoming to look at how we can improve the efficiency of disposals, if you will, because I kind of view it as a ledger, if you will. And if we're going to acquire additional lands, are there lands that we can dispose of or take out of public ownership as well? I wish I had great news to report to you. We have identified some efficiencies that we can implement, but federal regulation has some very specific requirements that just make the process of disposal, not that it's difficult, it just takes a long time. And I know we've had buyers out there that just kind of wears on them and they give it up. So looking for ways to make that happen and balance that ledger, if you will. Brad?
Yeah, thank you, boss.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chairman, I'm sorry, may I?
Go right ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate, you mentioning, the phone calls and the personal outreach that is done by myself and my staff. And, I just want to, make sure all the committee members know, usually we only contact the chairs, but if there's any questions or, you need any information on anything that BLM is working on, please feel free to reach out to me directly or to my staff. We're pretty easy to find. Our contact information is right there on the blm.gov website. So I do appreciate that comment, and it is something that we've been working on here locally.
All right. Thank you very much. Any further questions? Representative Schlegel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Director. Question I have for you, and I don't know how long this sale to Pacific Corp has been pending, but I do know it's been work, and it's not with your agency, it was with the Forest Service up in northeast part of the state. They were working on land exchanges at that point in time, and there was numerous studies that the government had to do before they could exchange the land. And I mean, I think it's been over 25 years that land exchange has been pending up there. And I was just curious. It seems to me a little ironic that we have a big corporation that comes to the BLM for a land sale. And I haven't heard about it until just recently. And looks like this has been an expedited deal for a big corporation compared to the land exchange up in northeast part of the state where it's multiple small landowners that are involved. Just a question.
Sure. Thank you,
All right, go
Representative.
ahead.
Thank you, Representative and Madam Chairwoman. You know, I have to admit, I don't know the long-term history of this particular sale. I will tell you that it kind of depends on the process that we follow to dispose of land. I'm not familiar with the Forest Service land exchange. Land exchanges can be very difficult because you have to trade value for value. And so whatever land is being exchanged has to match the market value. And so a lot of times you're looking at piecing together different parcels. And then if the appraisal is coming under, we have to add parcels, or the buyer has to add parcels. So those just land exchanges get very complicated very quickly. A direct land sale, if we don't have other interested parties in the surrounding area, probably the most efficient, quickest method that we have for disposing of lands. We just don't get that request that often.
All right. It looks like Senator Kolb has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director. I guess I'm just going to throw out a request that see how we can work together. When the administration changes, could you supply a list of all the reversible actions that were taken during this last administration's time? And so we can get on board with the changes we need to try to push forward. And I guess there's a few things that have to happen, but I would look forward for cooperation on the reversible items that have taken place over this last 4 years, and have a list that we could use and utilize to be efficient and not wait for I don't know, for something that we would like to have happen, but I would certainly be a proponent of being proactive. That's probably more of a comment than a question, but the question would be would you be amenable at that point on supplying a list of actionable changes that we could look at? Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Go ahead, Director.
Thank you, Senator, Madam Chair, and committee members. I'm not sure it would be appropriate for me to provide you a list of reversible decisions. However, we certainly could sit down with you and go through a list of decisions that have been made and allow you to flag those that you have an interest in, and we could explain the process for changing, reversing, or the like.
All right.
And
I
we'd be
think that
happy-
would be yeah, we would like to officially request that list at this point. Not for you to give any comment on, but just give us a list of the actions that have been taken. And that would be a great benefit to us if you would provide that.
Madam Chairwoman, we
All
will
right, any
do our
further
best to put the list. I'm sorry. We'll do our best to put the list together, and then
No.
would like to hear from you if you're aware of things that we missed or otherwise, and then we can certainly start from there.
We would really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Senator Hicks has a question.
Yeah, Director, thank you, Madam Chairman. Specific to the sale of the land with Pacific Corp, what are the NEPA compliance regulations associated with a direct sale? It seems to me like, and I'm much more familiar with Forest Service, but even on these type of direct sale actions, they still have to have some level of NEPA compliance associated with that for the potential future use of that property. So is that a similar process with BLM? And if there is a requirement, where are we at with any NEPA compliance associated with that direct sale? Thank
you, Senator. Madam Chairwoman and committee members. So any sale or exchange requires some level of NEPA, and that's exactly what you said. It does depend on how it was addressed in the resource management plan as to the level of NEPA that we're required to do. Generally, land exchanges, just because they involve a lot of different, generally multiple entities and many different parcels of land, generally at a minimum, we do an environmental assessment. Some of the direct sales can actually be done with I'm forgetting the term here, Brad, where we base it on previous NEPA that we've done.
DNA, determination of NEPA.
The determination of NEPA adequacy of DNA. So if the RMP NEPA, for example, analyze the disposal of that property in a very simple fashion and it meets the NEPA requirements for a direct sale, then we can use what we call a DNA. So I hate to say it depends. I'm sounding like a lawyer here, but it does depend on the situation, if you will. And a DNA is considered NEPA. It is a very lower level of NEPA that relies on previous NEPA work that was done.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I understand the DNA and the EA and the whole full-blown NEPA compliance issue. But I guess the question is typically to make that decision, even if it's a DNA, is you have to know what the proposed action is. In this case, it's not necessarily just triggers the land sale, but what is the land sale? What's going to happen to that federal land once it's transferred to Pacific Corp? And so when the request come through to do the acquisition, did it explicitly state in Pacific Corp's request for the moving forward with the sale what they were going to use that land for? And was that part of the DNA analysis? In other words, if it was something completely outside of the previous RMP, it wasn't contemplated, so there couldn't have been any EA or EIS related NEPA document to do a DNA to tier that to. So I'm just curious, when Pacific Corp approached the BLM, did they say, this is what we're going to use that 307 acres for? And then once the BLM received that, did you then do some internal analysis to make sure that the DNA complied with what that future use is going to be?
Go ahead, Director.
Thank you, Senator and Madam Chair, Chairwoman. The requirements of the DNA, it's a checklist to make sure that we have that the current NEPA meets the requirements of the proposed action. So to answer your question, yes, that would be done. And if that's not the case, then we would have to initiate a higher level of NEPA, whether it be an EA or an EIS. And I do have to admit to you, I'm not specifically familiar with the details of the proposal on this particular sale. The staff would have gone through each of those items to ensure that whatever the proposed use is and will be meets the requirements of each of those different programs, if you will, whether it be wildlife, recreation, all of those areas, and that it was addressed in the original NEPA. Brad?
Yeah.
All right, and I apologize. I haven't had a chance to review that. That information may be available, but thank you for that explanation.
All right. Any further questions?
I'm sorry,
I
Madam
guess we'll
Chairman.
let you up on that. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry, maybe I could provide just a little bit more context to the Pacific Corp land sale, if you don't mind.
I think we would love to hear as much as you can tell us.
Yeah, I think on these particular parcels, I think it's something that Pacific Corp has been purchasing over time. So there have been multiple purchases, in this area by Pacific Corp. I think a lot of this area is already, being used, different transmission lines, different rights of way across BLM, and Pacific Corp has just found it maybe a little bit more easier for them to just go ahead and purchase the property. Obviously, you know, these parcels have been identified in the RMP as available for disposal. And as long as PacifiCorp was willing to pay the fair market value, which they were, you know, we just sort of moved forward with it. But you know, I can tell you, I am aware that, you know, the parcels that they are picking up are already, you know, being used by the company, again, for different, whether it be transmission lines or, you know, different rights of way, different uses like that. So I think that might have, you know, I just wanted to add that in as some additional information for the committee.
We appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much. With that, I think we'll go on to the wild horse management, unless you have anything further.
Chairman, we are prepared to talk about wild horse management. I'll just jump right into that. If you're good, if you're okay with that.
That's just fine.
So I'm going to give a few national statistics and a little bit of kind of what's going on nationally with the Wild Horse and Burro program. Then we'll talk about Wyoming specific numbers and statistics and where we are here in the state of Wyoming. You know, nationally, we have about 73,500 horses out on the range. And just to share with you, you know, wild horse managers have kind of kept in the back of their head, if we ever exceed 100,000, then we're kind of losing complete control of it. You know, some would argue you're already there, and I don't disagree, but that's just for your purposes, those are kind of the numbers we look at. Last year, BLM nationally placed over 8,000 horses through adoption, sales, and transfers. And we're really trying to beef that up here. We are carrying nationally for 65,000 horses and burros and off-range corrals. And here in Wyoming, we have about 2,200 horses that we are caring for in off-range corrals. BLM Wyoming manages, let me back up just a little bit. So nationally, I just want to emphasize that our goal this year, the largest number of horses that BLM has ever removed off the range in 1 year is 20,000 horses. And that is our goal for this year and next year. That is a very lofty goal and a very expensive goal. Because if we're going to remove 20,000 horses off the range, we need to be able to place 20,000 horses. And so it is a lofty goal, but we are really concerned that the numbers continue to creep and we don't want to lose control of it. Here in Wyoming, you know, we manage 16 wild horse herd management areas on about 5 million acres of land. And all HMAs combined in the state, the appropriate management level is about 3,795 horses, just under 4,000. Currently, we're at about 9,500. We are planning 2 gathers in 2024 here in Wyoming, the North Lander Complex, which would kick off in July, and the White Mountain Herd Management Area, which would kick off in the fall. We did complete a bait gather up near Cody, and we removed about 42 horses, I believe. That's a smaller population there. The other item that's going on is the Rock Springs Record of Decision on our wild horse RMP. It's currently under litigation. Oral arguments will begin in July, and you're probably all aware of that. In response to that litigation, we are obviously we're working on litigation. I'm not going to really speak to that, but we are making an effort to increase our gathers here in Wyoming and across the country. Like I said, our goal is 20,000 horses. We will see if we can get there. And I'm going to close with that and open it up to questions.
Questions, Senator Ide.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, quick question. I've heard some numbers thrown around. Maybe you have that information, and if you don't, I would ask for it. What's the cost to the taxpayer per horse nationally and Wyoming? That's my question. Thank you. If you have that, I would like to know that now.
Go ahead.
Thank you for that question. I do believe the average cost to care for a horse is around $22,500 if that horse stays with the BLM. I think that's one of the reasons why the BLM is so aggressive and so supportive of the adoption program. If we can get those horses adopted out, then those horses come off of, they're no longer cared with taxpayer dollars, they're cared with private dollars. So, but if BLM has to care for a horse for its entire life, it averages out to about $22,500.
All right, and then that feeds into my question. You said horses adopted, sold or transferred. So I'm assuming transfers are where you go to dry lotting them in a feedlot or something like that. So how many adoptions as opposed to transfers have we had?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So the total number that I put out there, and this is nationally, was 8,046. And it includes adoption, sales, and transfers. Transfers are things like other federal agencies that use wild horses for mounted patrol, and we're actually getting a lot of interest from larger cities, city of Chicago and some other cities like that are interested in bringing on, adding wild horses to their mounted patrol. So that's what a transfer is. A sale is a direct sale, and once a horse is sold, it comes out of the care by BLM ends with a sale. But we have been limited on our ability to sell horses. A horse has to have been put up for adoption a minimum of 3 times before we are allowed to sell a horse. So, and then the adoption, a lot of it is the most successful adoption events that we have are actually the online events. And so we are in the process of kicking up those online events and trying to get as many going as we can. And, that gives people from around the country the opportunity to get online, look at the horses and make bids on them, or adopt them, not make bids. But we can also use those online events as one of those 3 adoption events, which counts towards our ability to sell that horse. So that's what we're working on. We are giving it our best effort right now, both within each state and nationally, to increase adoptions, increase sales, and transfers when we can. I hope that answered your question. I'm not certain.
Yes, I think so. I just assumed a transfer was to a facility off the range, but I was mistaken. So thank you for correcting me on that. And we have a question from Senator Larson.
Madam Chairman, thank you. My question would be, are you in the process of doing any reproduction control anywhere? Yeah, out on the range.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Senator. Madam Chairwoman. Yes, we have a pretty active reproduction control program. And again, it depends on the herd and the HMA, but some in the HMAs where the horses are really approachable, the McCullough Peaks up by Cody, for example, the reason we only removed 42 horses is because we are near AML up there. The 42 horses brought us down to high appropriate management level. So where we can get the horses at or near AML, then we believe that reproduction control, we can maintain them. When we have a herd management area that is way above AML, then the reproduction efforts aren't as successful. So I told you we have a gather plan for Northlander. We are shooting for removing about 2,500 horses. There will be some reproduction control associated with that gather, and then we will continue to follow up with really mostly PZP administration and some other things.
All right. Okay. Any further questions from the committee? Representative Conrad.
Madam Chair, if I may, it does not relate to any of the, or more importantly, the topics we've covered so far. May I ask another question as it relates to the BLM?
Certainly you can, but let's finish up the wild horses and then we'll go to general questions. Representative Winter.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Director, it seems to me that the adoption program has lost its, what do you call it?
Enthusiasm.
Yeah, I don't think that there are as many people wanting to adopt horses as there maybe used to be. So I would just encourage the BLM to work with our congressional delegation to do what they can to change the rules on these wild horses. As you and I have talked in the past, the only way we're going to solve this problem is if we get a slaughterhouse in the United States of America. And that's a very emotional issue, I know, but it's the fact. And unless we do something pretty quick, the range resource out there is not going to hold up. We've got to do something to change what's going on right now. And it just seems like we're going in a halfway effort to get anything accomplished. And I know the BLM has their hands tied pretty much, but by golly, somebody's got to take the bull by the horns and get something done. Otherwise, the range resource in the United States is going to be decimated. So I would encourage the BLM to try to work with the congressional delegation where they can to change the way that the wild horses are managed at this point. Thank you.
All right, Senator Hicks.
So a real quick question here. Last year, there was a proposal in the legislature to look at using mammoth jacks as a means within wild horse management areas to control wild horses. Never been tried. May or may not have any merits, but would, Andrew, is there any possibility that, we use fertility control, it's just a biological form of fertility control. Is there any opportunity that we could work with your office to try to do a designated experimental project to look at the use of hybridization as a method of reproduction control in wild horses in Wyoming, or is that just something that the BLM is outside your ability to explore?
Go ahead, Director. This was quite a discussion this year, so go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, Representative, and others on the committee. That was an interesting bill, and it may have some merits to it. It is well beyond my ability to implement that kind of a project. It may have some merits, and if I don't recall who sponsored that bill, but it might be worth some discussions with our national office on an experimental level, like you indicated. It raises a lot of other potential concerns and issues, and I think it would have to be undertaken on a pretty small scale experimental level. But right now we're pretty open to ideas, so maybe not out of the question.
Follow up?
We'll have that discussion at a later time. But I would, even entertaining the discussion as a step forward.
All right. Any further questions for the BLM from the committee? All right. Well, if you gentlemen wouldn't mind sticking around for our local government and stakeholders that may have some comments on this as well, in case a question comes up, we would sure appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am, we will be here.
Oh, I forgot. Representative Conrad is going to ask you a general question now. I forgot about him, so I apologize. Go ahead.
No worries. Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Archuleta, just a quick question as it relates to the BLM, specifically the sage grouse, where are we at, or can you provide an update as it relates to the sage grouse draft RMP that has gotten a lot of attention as well in the state of Wyoming, specifically Southwest Wyoming? Can you give us an update on where we're at? Specifically, you're still promoting alternative 5.
Sure. Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Representative. Madam Chairwoman and committee members. So we have been actively working with our stakeholders, the counties and Wyoming Fish and Game on the draft document. And, we've had a lot of discussions. We've had weekly meetings. We have really been working hard to come in line with Wyoming Game and Fish and to be sure they're understanding where we're headed with a range-wide plan. And so just to back up a little bit, if you remember, we had the 2015 plan, the 2019 plan, and now this one. And the alternatives within the document have a no action alternative. You have the 2015 plan as an alternative, the 2019 plan as an alternative. You have a mixed alternative. Alternative 5 is the preferred alternative. And we have been able to reach agreement with our cooperators here in Wyoming on all of the issues. The remaining issue is adaptive management. We're pretty close. We're working on some final, what I would call minor issues, minor discussions. But I think we are pretty close to coming into agreement where, where we are incorporating Wyoming's plan and can move this whole thing forward in a very positive manner. I don't recall that it's all of alternative 5, but we are headed in that direction.
Follow-up?
A follow-up. Thank you, Madam Chair. Timing wise, can you give us some perspective, at least month or two?
Thank you, Representative. I have a lot of dates floating in my head. I'm trying to recall the dates on that one. And we might have to get back to you because I'm a little bit brain cloudy right here with this sinus infection. Let's see,
That would be just fine if you can get back to us on that. We didn't have that on the agenda, so we'd be glad to receive an email with that information. And any other information you would like to request, Representative Conrad?
Madam Chair, no, that would be great.
All right, thank you. All right, any further questions from the committee? General in nature, wouldn't have to be on the topics that we have before us on the agenda. Okay, seeing none, if you gentlemen wouldn't mind sticking around, we'll hear from any public comment from local stakeholders or the public. We'll open it up. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to comment? Mr. Magagna, please come forward.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity and want to first welcome you to my hometown, Sweetwater County, Rock Springs. Happy to have you here. With regards to the wild horse issue, and I did share with each of you a publication that I received recently from PERC that discusses the wild horse issue. I think it has some value for two purposes. One, it provides data which is on a national basis, similar to that Director Archuleta has provided. I do note one additional figure that the off-range population currently, 2023 figures, cost taxpayers $108.5 million. And as we continue to gather horses, and if adoptions don't keep up, that figure is going to rise annually. And it's not just added cost to taxpayers, it tends to be out of an overall horse budget. So the more that goes into caring for horses in captivity, the fewer dollars are available for gatherers. And that just becomes an increasing dilemma. I was somewhat fascinated by the analysis done by PERC that actually the payment of $1,000 after 1 year for someone who adopts a horse has actually fostered an increase in adoptions the last 5 years over what they previously were. And one of their recommendations is perhaps increasing that to as much as say 3,000, a payment of 1,000 a year for 3 years or something, that could significantly increase adoptions. I believe we all know adoptions alone are not the answer to this problem, but they could certainly be a tool in enabling us to continue to remove more horses. So I wanted to share that with you. The only other point I would make, Madam Chairman, is that I know we had a discussion, I believe maybe even had some draft legislation a year or two ago for the state to seek compensation for forage consumption by horses on state trust lands. And that didn't move forward, I believe part concern with the Office of State Lands of the difficulty of putting a number on that to do anything, but we keep coming back to the Wild Horse and Burro Act, which provides that if wild horses get onto private lands, and I'm going to assume, although it's not clear that state trust land could fall within that category, that the private landowner, if the private landowner requests removal of those horses, that the BLM shall do so. To date, the only way that has had any success here in southwestern Wyoming is through litigation. And that's not because BLM doesn't want to follow the law, it's because they don't have the resources to do that. And so from a perspective of private landowners who are impacted and state lands as well, I think there's still some value in giving some thought to saying that if the law says the horses are be removed off of my private land, if they can't be removed, then I should be entitled to some compensation for that forage until such time as they are removed. Obviously, that's not the answer to the horse problem, but it would be part of the answer to the impact that they're having on private lands and on state trust lands throughout certainly southwestern and south central Wyoming. So I throw that out for possibly some further discussion in the future and consideration. With that, Madam Chairman, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McGagna, and thank you for welcoming us here. And we look forward to hearing before we go on our tours all about the reception tonight. So thank you. Questions, Senator Hicks?
Madam Chairman, a couple of things, Jim, and I'm glad that you brought that up because me and Senator Ride were just talking about it. At some level, this issue of state lands and the amount of wild horses we have on it. I mean, it's a notification process, but it just seems to me like that this committee ought to consider something for no other reason is for documenting the amount of lost forage associated not only to those producers, but to the state of Wyoming. It's lost revenue. And so one of the things, and I'm asking you the question, it seems to me like that in those particular cases that the state needs to start billing the BLM for those AUMs, no different than if you were in a reverse situation. And at least for no reasons to document that lost amount of money, not only to the state, but that ultimately results back into the producers. And so if we were ever able to reform the Wild Horse and Burro Act and actually be compensated, that would be maybe some of the payment that would go back to the permittee associated with that. In other words, rather than the state footing the bill, it's a federal horse issue. The federal government ought to be financially responsible for those losses incurred to both the state and the permittee. And so I know that it would be nothing more than an exercise, but it's an accrued exercise that documents the economic impact associated to the state and those permittees. And quite frankly, I think it's something that we ought to look at is that the Office of State Lands and Investment, working with those surface leases, starts to bill the BLM for those wild horse AUMs consumed on that. Just what's your thoughts on a process of that nature?
Go ahead.
Madam Chairman, Senator Hicks, we would be very supportive. That is kind of what we had envisioned in the legislation a couple of years ago. Perhaps you could argue the state is not losing today because grazing lessees are paying for the AUMs that they're not receiving because of, but if grazing permittees were to, and I'm not encouraging this necessarily, but were to go to the Office of State Lands and say, on this parcel of land, I'm paying for 300 animal units, but the horses are getting half of that. I'm only getting 150. I want my annual rental reduced. That would be a huge problem and would impact the state. So I do believe that there's some merit in looking at some way and at least bringing that attention to it. And if I may, Madam Chairman, thinking just a little beyond that, and this one would perhaps likely take some congressional action, but when the Wild Horse and Burro Act was passed in 1974, there was a provision in place that if I recall correctly, for a period of 2 years, anyone could claim the wild horses that were on their land and gather those and remove them and dispose of them as they saw fit. So they got some value for those. And then that went away, but perhaps at some point, if we could get some congressional action, would be to say that if wild horses are on private land and you request their removal and they're not removed within a certain time frame, that those horses would thereby become the property of the landowner or of the state if it was state trust lands. That might be a step even further and a more difficult one, but consistent with the idea that the intent of the Wild Horse and Burro Act was not that we face the burden of dealing with wild horses on non-federal lands.
So, Madam Chairman.
Follow up, go
as a-
ahead.
As a follow-up, I do think this is because one of our other committees has looked at a couple of years and come up with resolutions. We're past the time of resolutions and it's time to start looking at some action. And so my suggestion would be is just maybe just form a little subcommittee to work with Jim and stock growers and maybe develop a conceptual bill to address this issue on at least state lands for the next meeting in September, to look at that as potential legislation. So certainly something I can tell you as the person that represents from here, most of the wild horse herds in the state of Wyoming with the population, it is a big issue.
Mhm.
So
All
I'd
right,
be more than happy to work with anybody that wanted to work on something to that effect.
all right. Do I have any volunteers? It looks like Senator Dave, or Representative Davis, Representative Almond, Representative Winters, Senator Ide, and Senator Hicks. And Senator Hicks, you can chair that little subcommittee.
So we'll be in touch. So one other comment on this issue, and I know, Jim, it may be a solution to a problem, is for the BLM to actually pay more to help adopt these horses out. But as somebody that raises horses on my hobby ranch and tries to sell them, it aggravates me enough already that I have to compete with the federal government to market an ag product within the state of Wyoming. The last thing I want to do is provide more subsidies to put more people that raise horses out of business, because the federal government, now you're getting paid $3,000 to accept one. It's just a thought that it's no different than when you go to a horse sale and you're bidding on a horse, and pretty soon you realize that the Forest Service just bought 2 of the 3 horses that you were bidding on, and you were outbid by the federal government. And now we're going to pay people to take federal horses for $3,000 when I can't sell my horses because of that. So it's just, we need to be careful with that thought process.
Madam Chair.
All right,
and
go ahead.
Certainly agree with that. And along that line of competition in the federal government, one thing we see in this part of the state in particular is that the price of hay is much higher, because those of us in the private sector who need to purchase hay are competing with the BLM for those purchases. Now, if you're a hay producer, you probably welcome that, but it is a factor that distorts what the market would be if it were strictly a private sector market.
All right, anything further? Seeing none, we have that subcommittee developed, and we would appreciate a bill draft for the next September meeting. And so you can work with Anna and staff to get that done. And we can probably begin with resurrecting the old bill, so you have something to start with, Anna. Thank you for that. All right, anything further on this subject? Any further public comment? Seeing, is there someone? Oh, Mr. Kennedy, come on down.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Keith Kennedy for the Wyoming Wool Growers, and Allison sends her regrets for not being able to be here. Just some very brief comments. We spent a great deal of time on particularly the Rock Springs RMP, but also the Buffalo RMP, along with the landscape health rule, these are, the wool growers consider these malicious and outright attacks on any actual use or management of the land, including current conservation practices such as grazing. This RMP we consider to be a testing ground for federal overreach on land that has been successfully managed by local BLM, ranchers, industry, and others for decades. And with that, I would welcome your questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Any further public comment? Further public comment? Okay. Seeing none, Director and Mr. Purdy, do you have any closing comments after the public testimony you've heard?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and members of the committee. Don't have any additional comments. I do really appreciate the opportunity to talk with you. As one of the senators said, my door is always open. If you are in Cheyenne and looking for an opportunity to sit down and talk, I will make myself available. And just really appreciate the time.
Thank you. We would echo those comments and appreciate your attentiveness to us and your being here today. And we look forward to getting that list of actions that have been taken so we can review those and the other information Senator or Representative Conrad had requested. So thank you for that, and we'll let you get on with your day.
Thank you, ma'am, and committee members.
Thank you for being. All right. And with that, we're running a little bit ahead of schedule. It's about 10 o'clock and we hadn't intended to be to our temporary change of use quite yet. So let's take a 10-minute break. And then when we come back, we'll have the state engineer come up and we'll talk about temporary change of use water rights. All right, we're back from our recess and we're running ahead of schedule, which is, everyone take note of that. That doesn't happen very often. And so we'll go on to our state engineer's office to talk to us about the temporary change of use water rights. They have a couple of memos that they will go over for us and allow the committee to ask questions. And so take it away, Mr. State Engineer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Brandon Gebhardt, State Engineer, and with me I have
Chris Brown with the Wyoming Attorney General's Office. Good morning.
Madam Chair, thank you. The memo that we passed out was a reflection from my perspective of what the process and what happened with this topic last year. The Select Water Committee had an interim topic to look at Wyoming statutes 41-3-110 through 112. Those are the temporary change of use water right statutes. And the intent of, again, this is my perspective, but what I understood the intent of the interim topic last year was to update and to clarify the temporary use statutes. There was also some discussion about adding some certainty for those folks who entered into these agreements, largely to make certain that the agreement did what it was intended to do for them, as well as to protect the underlying water rights. So that was the process. And through that process, the Select Water Committee during the interim created a task force or working group to help craft some amendments. Myself, Chris Brown, several members of the Select Water Committee, and I believe a municipal and an industrial interest were also on that task force or working group to work through the bill. And then that was ultimately what was introduced in last year's legislature. So to kind of very quickly step through my memo, again, I just wanted to convey some of the history from my perspective, some of the discussions. But the background is that the statute 41-3-110 allows the holder of a valid water right to temporarily transfer the consumptive use portion of that right to any person for a temporary purpose. And again, it's just the consumptive use. The statute contemplates 50% of an irrigation right is consumptive use. So that only that 50% of their water right would be allowed for that transfer. As part of the desire to clean it up, the statute specifically identifies temporary purposes of highway construction or repair, railroad roadbed construction or repair, or drilling and producing operations, but it also includes the catchphrase, other temporary purposes. So when we implement this statute, we've interpreted the very broad other temporary purposes phrase to include the temporary purposes which were similar in nature to this listed temporary uses. In order to engage in one of these, it does require an application and a fee to the state engineer. This form can become an agreement or a contract between the two parties. Sometimes they will bring us their own form of an agreement to enter into these and apply. But it must contain the signature of both. And again, only the historically consumptively used portion of the valid water right is available for transfer. The statute does, oh, I'm sorry. Everybody's. I don't know what's going on. Can you hear me? I'm crackling.
Okay, mine's working now. Is yours working?
Can you hear me,
There you
Madam
go.
Chair?
You're crackling. Brandon, how's your?
Better now?
Yes,
That's better.
we may just need to transfer that back and forth. Okay,
We can certainly do that.
all right, thank you.
And as I continuing, I hope you can hear me well enough to keep up with where I am now, but the statute also limits. I'm still crackling. It might be my hearing aid. Does it help if I do that? No?
All right, let's try that again. Thank you to I haven't heard your name working for PBS today, but thank you to PBS for getting us back up and running. We appreciate your help. And let's just start where you left off.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Please interrupt me if I start skipping again, but the other points that I wanted to make that the statute currently says is that each agreement can be for a maximum up to 2 years. And that the valid water right that's participating in this temporary change has to be valid in priority. So it needs to be within priority for this temporary change to be effective. Some of the updates and clarification that we've heard had to do with the titles, and it's really what we heard was people reading the statute and not understanding that what they would want to do with it, they were allowed to do. Where in reality, I think the other temporary purposes clause allowed a lot more than people thought they could do. So some of the changes, the proposed changes attempted to help clarify some of that and change some of the titles as well as the list of specific temporary purposes. And then ultimately just change that to other beneficial uses. And to address the certainty, some of the concerns that we had or that we had heard was that it does not provide a long enough term for people to want to enter into these. So the amendment attempted to evaluate the 2-year limitation and also the idea of whether or not this could be extended or renewed. So currently, we do have a 2-year temporary water use agreement, but we have seen multiple temporary use agreements that essentially want to exchange it. But what it does is they have to reapply. So it's a new temporary water use agreement, but it's typically between the same two parties for essentially the same purpose. But it is a reapplication to our agency currently. Some of the other questions with certainty that were discussed previously was currently the statute allows that anybody who feels injured by this arrangement, whether they are senior in priority or junior in priority, can ask for the temporary to be shut off. The way the statute is currently, that temporary agreement would be shut off immediately upon a request. That's slightly different than the way priority administration works currently, in that there's an investigation before you go turn off a right to satisfy the calling right. And so some of the discussion that was had talked about just this component of that temporary use agreement. And so I think one of the proposals was to strike the junior being able to call it off. And the idea behind that was that there would still be an investigation, but the junior calling, if there's a junior calling right, it wouldn't be shut off immediately. You would go out, do the investigation, and confirm that junior is being harmed before you shut it off. Currently, that is not the way it happens.
I have a question on that while you're there, because how long would an investigation like that take? So say there's a junior, right, that has a crop at a critical state and they need that water. How long does an investigation take?
So our strategic goal for addressing a call for a priority, which would be the same as in this case, is 2 days. Generally, they are very quick. There are some that take a little longer to investigate depending on the complexity, but typically it's 2 days and that's our strategic goal. So within 2 days, we have investigated and addressed that. Some additional information, a lot of discussion in the committee meetings revolved around the ability to use this for an in-stream flow. In my memo, I attached an AG opinion that kind of addresses this. But also historically, there are other indicators that the current statute, even the way it is, this tool cannot be used to create an in-stream flow. The state engineer has historically denied a temporary water use agreement for in-stream flow purposes. That has been expressed to legislature. I think legislature over the years has looked at several bills that would allow that or change that. None of those have passed. So I think that alone, based on the history and the legislative intent and the interpretation of the state engineer and the legislature, would not allow a temporary use to supply an in-stream flow. And that has been the way it has been interpreted and is still the way that I would view that I do not have the authority to use this tool for that purpose. Like I said, we also attached an AG opinion that asked that very question. Maybe have Chris kind of describe some of that if you would.
Go ahead. That'd be great.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll just try to hit this high level. And if any of the members of the committee have questions, happy to try to answer them. But just generally, this question, whether or not the temporary transfer statute can be used for in-stream flow chronically, came up in the early 2000s. And at the time, State Engineer Terrell had chronically denied them, reaching the conclusion that the temporary change statute could not be used for in-stream flow. So he finally asked for an opinion in 2015. The opinion from my office relied on a couple of different legal analysis and the very short opinion that's in front of you, but just generally found that concluded that number one, Wyoming's In-Stream Flow Act does not allow anyone other than the state of Wyoming to own an in-stream flow, and therefore this statute, which says any person can apply, it can only be the state of Wyoming that holds an in-stream flow and only under the terms of Wyoming's In-Stream Flow Act. So that was one general basis for the conclusion. The other was that in-stream flows are not a temporary purpose as indicated in the temporary transfer statute for a number of different reasons that the analysis goes through. So bottom line takeaway, the temporary change of use statute cannot be used to supply an in-stream flow.
All right. Do you have more to add to that, or would you like to take questions now?
Madam Chair, the only other thing I would point out that in my memo, I do attach the Attorney General 2015 opinion. And I also provided some very brief statistics, just so you get a feel for how frequently these are used and what kind of volumes of water we're talking about. And that is an attachment 2 and attachment 3. I won't go into detail, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, questions from the committee. Go ahead, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand there under your certainty clause there where you're talking on the reaction time, you know, when the call is put out and stuff like that. It makes sense that if the temporary use, the water adjudication is a senior to the junior, is that correct? Where if I buy a water right and it's a senior water right, okay? And I'm temporary using that. So that's good, correct? If a junior is calling that temporary, am I totally confused?
So, Madam Chair, I think I understand your question, and Chris, if you need to jump in, please do. But the way the statute is currently written, what would occur is under that scenario where you have a temporary use, you're the temporary user of that water right with a senior priority date. The way the statute's written now, that if anybody, a junior or a senior water right, feels like they are harmed by that, that is shut off immediately, and then investigation occurs to determine whether you are, or that junior truly is harmed or not before that temporary exchange is allowed or not to continue.
So, Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
maybe if I purchase for temporary use a senior water right, a junior should not be able to call that out. Is that correct?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Representative Davis, see if I can take a shot at this. So generally, that's correct that a junior can't call out a senior, right?
Yeah.
The doctrine of appropriation, first in
Right.
time, first in right. But what we're dealing here with is a change, right? And so you're dealing with a change between what the senior originally was doing, and it's being temporarily transferred to another use. And so in that circumstance, and I'll direct you to the last sentence in the current subsection A, says any temporary transfer shall be allowed only if no other appropriator is injured thereby. So just like any other change that happens to an existing water right, juniors get to benefit from the system as it is when they got there, right? So in that way, senior rights are constrained. Senior rights can't go and change their use to the detriment of somebody that came later, because a junior is entitled to that system as it was the day they came. Okay, so in this instance, when you're changing a senior, it can't do injury to any other appropriator, whether that appropriator is senior to the permanent right or it's junior to the permanent right. You can't make a change that's to somebody's detriment. And so what the provision in 111 gets to is really how that is addressed from a regulation standpoint, which is if somebody complains, it's automatically shut off, which is not how typical priority regulation works. Hopefully I've cleared that up for you.
You did. Thank you.
All right, any further questions? I see a hand. I can't see whose it is. Representative Slagle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question I'd have, kind of going along that same lines, looking at the proposed wording in the bill right now on 41.3.111, talking about which is senior and priority to that temporary right. So would that mean that would be even a junior right, because they would actually be senior to the temporary use? Is that correct in the way I'm reading that?
So, Madam Chair, the way I would view this change, it goes back to how the regulation or the administration is performed. So what this would do is if a senior water user says, I'm hurt, I'm making a call, then it's shut off immediately. But if and then the investigation would occur to see if that truly does satisfy the senior, or if what may be a futile call, or the act of that temporary agreement does not produce any additional water to satisfy the calling right. But what this does is it changes the timing of the investigation when a junior demands that he is injured. So what that would do then is a junior can still say, hey, I'm injured, but then an investigation would occur before the temporary agreement is shut off. So if it is found that the junior is injured by this change, it could still be shut off. It's just a timing of when that investigation occurs for that junior calling right.
Okay, that clears that up for me. because going along with Representative Davis's question, I could picture senior water right owner selling a temporary right for fracking or whatever you want to use it for. And a junior downstream who's trying to get his crops irrigated, being injured. And originally the senior water right owner had raised crops. But when he transfers that use to a different use, then it can kind of change that whole deal. And I think that's what was addressed earlier, correct?
Well, and Madam Chair, if I may add on to that, the idea that if the senior user were to use the water as he has historically done, and that still leaves the junior out, then the superintendent or the water commissioner may determine that is not causing that junior rights deficiency, because they could interpret it as if he were to historically use it, he would still be out of water. This just temporary does not change that.
Okay.
So he could still be out of water after that investigation.
Okay, thank you.
So, Madam Chairman, so I think the illustration, I think that the Representative Slagle is the real world thing is, so you have a senior who irrigates, but he does an exchange or a temporary change of use. The potential injury there is the return flows. And so the junior user downstream says, well, historically, I've had benefit to those return flows. Now it's because it's being used for 100% consumption off the land. There's no return flows. That's when they would call and say, look, I'm being injured under that scenario, because it's not the historic re-irrigating the land. It's actually being moved. So there is no return flow. So think actually pumping it off and taking it out for fracking or mining or some other highway construction. Under that scenario, you would shut off the temporary use. Is that correct? Because the return flows they're no longer available for that junior user.
Madam Chair, Senator Hicks, that is probably on a case-by-case basis, but I would point out that the statute contemplates that concern by only taking the consumptive portion of the water use. So I think the idea behind that is it leaves the return flows or the non-consumptive portion of somebody's water right in the stream. So I think you would be talking about then does that affect the timing of the return flows, and is it the cause of this temporary agreement that is causing that would have to be analyzed probably on a case-by-case basis.
Madam Chair, could I add something to that? And something to keep in mind that might help with just trying to think, and absolutely it's a case-by-case basis. But another thing to think about that is that often with these temporary water use agreements, the point of diversion will be somewhere different. And so that, I think, is a more typical inquiry, because the point of diversion for wherever the pump is or wherever the temporary use is in relation to where the original point for the underlying right is, that more likely would lead to a potential change in how the system is operating that could cause an injury. And I think that, as often as anything else, would result potentially in turning off the temporary or even reducing the temporary. Or if you look at the hydrographer manual, they can require the temporary go back to the original point of diversion of the underlying right. So I think that is quite often an inquiry that would have to be taken a look at if the point of diversion for the temporary purpose is changed.
Follow up?
So now that we're dealing with hypotheticals, is there any real case scenarios that the state engineer's office and the Board of Control has dealt with where there was a request or suggestion that there was injury and you went out there and turned the temporary actually off? Has that ever happened? And if it has, what was the nature of the circumstances associated with that? I think that's, rather than sitting here and say, if this hasn't happened since 1960 something, where we've actually been able to show there was injury and then it was shut off, has that ever happened?
Madam Chair, I'm going to turn this over to somebody who has more history on this than I do. I don't know if you're aware of me or not, Chris.
Madam Chair and Senator Hicks, and I'm a little bit hesitant because I'm sharing anecdotal information from the folks that actually do the work. And so in my conversations, because this of course has come up more than once in talking with the division superintendents, my understanding, it has come up where a junior user has made a call and investigations have been made. I would be wholly inadequate to try to describe those exact circumstances to you. We would need to have, I think, the superintendents here to relate those. I'd get it wrong, trying to remember what they related to me. I think I spoke recently with the Division 4 superintendent, and I think some of the temporary waters agreements that he has in his division, he finds that circumstance where a junior user would claim that the temporary is injuring that junior user, and upon the investigation would find that if that water was being diverted under the transferring right, that it wouldn't be available to the junior anyway. Under that senior right, it's still within, the system is the same, that it would be being diverted by the temporary user as it was with the transferring right. So that's been related to me, I know, by the division superintendent. So whether one has been turned off, I'm not remembering a specific factual example.
So just a request, because I think that would alleviate the concerns as to whether this is actually happening all over the place out there with you provided us all the numbers of the temporary transfers and what those were for. If we could get a list, if there actually has been a request and then an investigation and then where the temporary was shut off. And my guess is if it has, it's going to be extremely small. But that data, I think, would help alleviate a lot of concerns that this is not something that's just rampant associated with temporary change of use permits.
I would also ask if there's an appeals process to the investigation if either users, so whether it be the temporary or the junior, have some sort of appeal process if they don't agree with the decision.
Madam Chair, and I would say yes, there is under existing statutes, there would be an appeal process for likely an action or inaction by a hydrographer, but I think there's also some other potential avenues for an appeal. But yes, there would be an appeal process.
Thank you. Representative Davis.
Madam Chair, Brandon, could you walk us through the accountability process here, because we have diverted water, consumptive use, and if we're changing to 100% consumptive use over when you divert it and you run it across the meadow, you reference 50% use of that. Could you, how that accountability for that water occurs through the system?
So, Madam Chair, Representative Davis, the temporary water use agreement, the order is based on 50% of the party's water right. So 1 per 70, you get a half per 70, and that converts to the CFS. And then it's a requirement in those agreements that the other party using it has to report that. And I don't remember if it's a weekly, bi-weekly, or what that reporting frequency is, but it is reported by those users. And I would guess that the hydrographers are out checking spot checking those, making sure that what is reported is accurate. And the summary statistics I put in front of you does relay that we do get those reports, and that's what those numbers are based on.
Follow up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. How is the consumptive part? Because since we're changing the point of diversion, where on the temporary use, you're changing that historical diversion, correct? So at that historical diversion, only 50% of that is consumptive use. And where you change it to an industrial, that's 100% consumptive use. Could you kind of lead me down that path, how that is accounted for, I guess, because you have wet water, and then you have system water and you have paper water. I'm just trying to follow this through.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead. All right, phone a friend.
Madam Chair and Representative Davis, so let's try to do a hypothetical. And part of it is I don't think you have probably the portion of the statute that kind of describes how that works in front of you, but it's under subsection C. So it's not part of the bill that's been presented to you. So let's just take a hypothetical and let's use, instead of a flow rate, let's just use a acre foot number. So let's assume that the permanent right gets 10 acre feet. Okay. There's built into subsection C of a statute, because this is only a temporary change. If you were doing a permanent change, there's a whole lot more complexity that the Board of Control goes through to assure that only the consumptive use portion is being changed. There's kind of an easy button that was built into the temporary statute because it's only a 2-year temporary transfer. And it just makes this assumption. And it says right in there, we're going to assume for purposes of this statute, and it says only this statute, we're going to assume that 50% of the historic consumptive use, so it's not necessarily even the 1/70, it's what's been historically shown to be used. We're going to assume that 50% of that was consumed, and we're going to assume that 50% came back as returns, probably shallow groundwater returns or surface returns. And so only that portion that was historically consumptively used can be transferred. And so in my hypothetical, only 5 acre feet could be transferred to the temporary purpose. The temporary user could only divert 5 acre feet. The other 5 acre feet of the 10 acre feet historic, well, of the diversion, only 5 acre feet could be transferred. So it would be 100% of half of the original, right? Does that make sense?
Are you good, Representative Davis? Okay, all right. I have Senator Ide first down on the end, and then we'll go to Senator Kolb after that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Gebhardt, this is maybe diverting a little bit, excuse the pun, but do you guys, as a matter of practice or policy, monitor, without a complaint or a request, do you monitor so-called claim jumpers or people pulling water that nobody's really called on? Or do you have people out in the field that kind of look things over without a specific request? Thank you.
So Madam Chair, half of my office is in the field under the Board of Control. They're the water cops, if you will. They are in the field throughout the year, throughout the days. And when they do see things like this, they will ask for verification. Do you have a water right? Do you have a temporary use? Do you have the right to use this water? And if they don't, they will seek some sort of cease and desist, or actually force them to make the proper application to our office before they can turn back on. But yes, we do have people out in the field.
Can I add that a little bit?
Please.
And just to add to that, in the orders themselves. So how the process works, somebody will submit an application to the state engineer with the agreement. They can't do it unless the state engineer issues an order. And you will find in those orders, which, by the way, you can find online on the state engineer's website. You can go to the temporary water use all of the current temporary water use agreements. You can find the order. But in each of those orders, there's a provision that requires whoever the temporary user is notify the local commissioner when they're doing it. So the local commissioner has to be notified when they start doing it. There's reporting requirements built into those orders. So the commissioner, under the terms of that order, has to be made aware when that temporary starts. And there's also a provision where whoever the holder of the temporary is has to have that agreement with them. So when the water commissioner comes up, I want to see your agreement.
Senator Kolb.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, I'm learning more than I ever thought I needed to know about water. On this note, though, if you're going to have only get 50% of your right to use the water, you only get 50% to use it because other people were getting another benefit from the other 50%. So under that, why is the junior damaged if already there's a built-in 50% backup to say that he's not gonna use all his water rights because we put a safety in there, the way it looks to me or sounds, that they're protected because they can't pull all the water. And so why is the math not correct on this? What is going on? Could you explain, I guess, what is the damage to the junior if there's already a built-in safety threshold for that water right as being not 100% consumptive? What's the problem with your current way you're doing it? I mean, it seems like the junior's protected. So could you please explain why he's not when you have a 50% maximum usage of your water allotment? Thank you, Madam Chairman.
So Madam Chair, we may tag team this a little bit, but I'll point out an example in my mind of where that could occur. I don't disagree that the 50% is intended to keep the system whole and to not injure a user. But as Chris mentioned earlier, some of these temporary use agreements change the point of diversion. So I could have the senior right downstream, but my temporary use is withdrawing from an upstream source. And there could be junior water users in between those 2 points. By doing that, that could change the mechanics of the stream. So if you get a lot of return flows and that satisfies, it's a gaining stream, if you will, so that all the juniors and the seniors are satisfied down below. But by entering into this and you're diverting from upstream, it may deplete the stream such that that junior is not getting the water that he has historically gotten. So that would be one example of where I can see a junior being impacted by this arrangement. It'd be the change of point of withdrawal of that water.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you could have a tiered approach of saying that instead of a 50% handicap or 50% non-usage, you could say it's 75% because your point of diversion is causing these other impacts. In other words, a stepped approach instead of just having a one size fits all.
Madam Chair, I think that the hydrographers feel like they can reduce the amount of withdrawal under temporary to satisfy a junior calling right. They can also, as Chris mentioned earlier, they could force that point of diversion back to the original water rights location. And then that goes back to your scenario or yeah, it shouldn't be a harm to the system if that's what's going on.
Madam Chair, just to add on a little bit, and first, Senator Kolb, I agree that provision, and you'll find similar sorts of provisions for permanent change, they're a lot more robust. But generally, that's why that's there. It's built to protect the system, to leave the system as it would be with the water being diverted under that original right. So that's designed to do that. But one thing, and perhaps the only thing that I know for certain, is that I cannot conjure up every factual situation that happens out in the field, because I'm amazed and shocked all the time about things that I can't dream of happening under a particular factual set of circumstances. And in addition to what state engineer said, there's always timing issues, right? And so you could have a circumstance, and typically you'll find in the orders where the temporary user is restricted to diverting the amounts that are consistent with what has been historically diverted, right? So for irrigated field, you're going to have a fairly or perhaps a routine how it was diverted, when it was diverted, how much was diverted sort of a thing. And if you move it to a different temporary purpose, they might want to, let's say they got 100 acre feet, they might want to do it all in one shot instead of over a long period of time. And so you have timing issues that could pop up. And so that's where on the back end, a hydrographer commissioner, the water COP, has the opportunity to go out and take a look and see, is this how it's being used? Is it actually harming the junior, even though we're leaving 50% of that right in the stream?
All right. Any, Senator Hicks?
So in the context of historical use and the 50%, how does that apply, or does that apply under temporary use during Free River in the second CFS?
And
So-
when you to address that, tell everybody what that means.
Sure.
please. Thank you.
Madam Chair and Senator Hicks, first of all, let's define what free river is. Free river is generally a condition where nobody has placed a call on that particular system, which means that there's more than enough water to satisfy all the existing rights. Under current law, then, each of the existing rights has the opportunity to divert a proportional share of that extra up to the amount of beneficial use. No matter what happens, no matter what else we say, beneficial use is the basis, the measure, and the limit of the right, which is a short way of saying they can't divert it just to waste it. You can't divert it to waste. And so if there's extra water in the system, so think right now at the beginning of June and it's getting 90 degrees outside and the rivers are flowing really heavy, there's more water right now in most of our systems than there are existing rights to take that water. And so those rights aren't limited to what their permit says, what the water duty is in Wyoming, which is 1/70. They can take some of that extra water as long as they can beneficially use it. The water duty is generally 1 CFS per 70. That is the water duty in Wyoming. The second thing Senator Hicks mentioned were seconds. And so there were two different statutes passed. One is called the surplus water statute that said any water right that pre-exists March 1st, 1945 is entitled to a second CFS. It basically gave those irrigation rights that pre-existed 1945 when the water is available 2 CFS per 70. That's where the seconds come from. So as long as there's enough water in the system, all of the rights that pre-exist March 1st, 1945 are entitled to 2 CFS per 70. That's the water duty. And then there was a second statute passed in 1985 that said any rights that were in existence between March 1st, 1945 and March 1st, 1985 get an excess right, they're called. And those rights are entitled to 2 CFS per 70. And so it gets kind of complicated trying to think about that. But if there's enough water in the system, ag rights can get 2 CFS per 70. If there's not enough to satisfy either the surplus or the excess, the seconds, then rights are limited to their 1 CFS per 70. And then they would get regulated off in reverse order of priority as the water supply diminishes. I'm not sure if I gave too much background or not enough background about that. What I do know is I forgot what the question was that was related to that.
Water right holder. And back to the 50% and this historic diversions. And I can show that, so let's just assume, say I have a 5 CFS single water right. Well, during a double, I can take 10. During Free River, it's the capacity of the canal. So let's say that was 20 CFS. So under Free River, I've historically and can prove that I've taken 20 CFS. So then I want to file a temporary use, but I want 10 CFS, which is under these historic diversion records. Would that be granted? Because that's way more than what the original 5 CFS single is, but I've got the historic diversion records. And I've diverted 20 during Free River. Can I file for 10, which is double what the single is for a period of time based on my historic diversions? How would, and I guess it'd be Brandon's going to have to make that decision, right? Would that be considered?
Madam Chair, Senator Hicks, remember that it's not the diversion amount that we're looking at, it's the consumptive use, the historically consumptive use of that. So if your consumptive use is based on a double, then that defines your historic consumptive use. And so 50% of your historic consumptive use could be used for this temporary. So it's a little different than the diversion amount. It's the consumptive use portion.
Yeah, but in the statutes, it assumes that 50% is consumptively used. So if I divert 20, and I file for a temporary change of use for this under the statutory framework, because we don't know how much is consumptively used on every system in the state of Wyoming. That's why the statutes contemplates a 50% consumptive use, and that's why we use that. So under that scenario, in a Free River where I've diverted 20 CFS, under the consumptive use component that says it's 50% of whatever my water right is, because we don't have data on consumptive use on every field. So That's why it's kind of a yardstick that we just use to measure. Could they file for 10 CFS?
So Senator Hicks. Madam Chair, Senator Hicks. So the statute clearly identifies 50% of the historic consumptive use, but you're absolutely right. And it's about location. Got tremendous records on our stream systems that are heavily regulated and not the best records on our stream systems that aren't heavily regulated. The statute has built into it the opportunity to vary or adjust from just that easy button for making the easy assumptions. So if there's information, whether it be remote sensing, be it historic diversion records, be it application of some other method, determine the actual consumptive use on that particular operation. And remember, most of these are going to deal with irrigated agriculture. Then the statute allows for the opportunity to do a deeper dive and to do a more accurate calculation with regard to what the actual return flow is, and what the determination is trying to figure out the return flow that resulted from the historic consumptive use, not 1 CFS, not 2 CFS, but what was the actual historic consumptive use. Now, whether you can do that on every field, and I know that you can't, because the data doesn't exist.
Well, I guess my point is on a system of Free River, there's no injury anyway, because there's more water in the system than everybody can use. And so the point being is you just use the guidelines of the 50%, do that. It would be something under that scenario. It's highly unlikely that somebody's going to call for an injury. So and I think what I was trying to do is articulate the complexity of all of these situations and those unfathomable number of possibilities that can't be discerned with this. But it does bring up an interesting concept as to how you could actually utilize the temporary use for, if it was during a period of Free River, it could be a significant amount of water above and beyond the water right, based on your diversion records. That's what we would have to have, right?
No, Madam Chair, I think when we analyze these, we look at the acreage of crops that were historically irrigated. What is that crop? And then we make some general assumptions using whether it's E-metric or POCOP or whatever, to determine what the consumptive portion of that crop would be. And then that's what you determine for a temporary agreement.
And Madam Chair, if I can just add on to that, if you take a look at the State Engineer Office rules with regard to water for temporary purposes, that identifies 2 opportunities. And one is just going to the State Engineer's Office and getting a permit for the temporary purpose that ultimately would not be adjudicated. And so perhaps in the hypothetical, like you described, Senator Hicks, if there was plenty of water in the system, and we do have those in Wyoming where there's still appropriable water, a temporary user could just go get a new water right and just take it out and be subject to priority regulation in case that flow diminished. Yeah.
All right, I think we're good. Any further questions? Seeing none, unless you have further comments, I think we covered that in depth. So, all right, any further?
Madam
Go ahead,
Chair, I
Chris.
just wanted to point out, and the state engineer might have done this in the memo. Some of the references we made were to the engrossed version from last year. Just wanted to point out that what we were referring back to was what passed out of the Senate. And I think what you have in front of you is an earlier version. So as you're comparing them, just be aware that as we were talking about something a little bit different than what you actually have in front of you. Just so you're aware.
Yes, that is correct. And we have identified that. Last year, we put an amendment in regarding in-stream flows, and I think some of the memo addresses that. So thank you very much.
And Madam Chair, one other thing, the changes in the proposed legislation involved bringing in, or actually deleting a provision that for the State Transportation Commission to hold the temporary use for highway construction. That was stricken, but I did have a conversation with YDOT. They were okay with that change. I just wanted to point that out, that that conversation had occurred.
All right, thank you for reminding us of that. All right, anything further? Seeing none, I think we'll bring Anna up now to go through the bill, and then after that, we will take public comment.
Chairman Steinmetz, would you like me to present here or at the front?
I think you're fine there. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, members of the committee, you have in front of you 24 LSO 213 from last year. It was a select water bill. This iteration is how the draft came out of select water last year at the end of the interim. It's not the engrossed copy. But I did actually pull up the amendments if you need them. I could either send them out to the committee or read them later if you'd like me to. So this bill draft came out of the Select Water Committee last interim, but died in committee on the House side. This bill draft allows any person to have the right to acquire by purchase, gift, or lease the right to use of water, which may be embraced in any water right for a period not to exceed 5 years, and that changed from 2 years to 5. Upon request, the state engineer may renew a temporary transfer of water rights for successive periods not to exceed 5 years each. And the owner of any permanent water right, which is senior in priority to a temporary water right acquired by any person who cannot satisfy the senior right in full, shall have the absolute right to cause such temporary water right to be shut off until the owner of the permanent water right has had his water rights satisfied. That's the bulk of the bill, and I would stand for any questions.
All right, any questions, committee? Questions? Seeing none, let's go ahead and go through the amendments that we had. I believe one of them was with regard to in-stream flows. I am assuming that the House had the same testimony we did. We had some water rights holders that were very concerned about in-stream flows and this being utilized and detrimentally harming them. And so that was the reason for some of the amendments. So go ahead, Anna.
Madam Chairman, the first amendment that I have here is to page 2, line 16. And actually, that doesn't exactly match up, but it would be after purposes on page 2, after the red line purposes, and it would say excluding the beneficial use of in-stream flows identified in Wyoming statute 41.3.1001. So that's the first amendment. And then the second amendment came out of the Senate Agriculture Committee. And so on page 1, before any, or actually on page 2 before any, it would state accept in-stream flows under Wyoming statute 41.3.1001. And then on page 3, after 5 years each, it would say the total length of any transfer, including extensions thereof, shall not exceed 10 years. And if you'd like me to, I can send these amendments out to the committee right now.
I think we've got the gist of it. Thank you very much. And if we want to move those amendments, I think we've seen them before. So, all right. Are there any questions for Anna? Any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, we will go ahead and go to public comment on this bill. Public comment, come on forward, Mr. Magagna. Welcome back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jim McGagnon, Wyoming Stockholders Association. Was pleased to hear the discussion here at the end with regards to the engrossed version that passed the Senate last year, because I believe it addressed many of the concerns that we had with the original bill. Certainly would not disagree with the information you've received with regard to in-stream flow rights, but I think in the interest of good legislation, it's better to state that in here than to cause an interested party to go back and study Attorney General opinions in order to find out that in fact it can't be used for that purpose. So would urge that that be kept in. The other language that we had sought that was in the bill had to do with sentence on page in the engrossed version, page 2, 1819. The state engineer shall not approve a temporary transfer if it injuriously affects the water rights of other appropriators. We felt that was very important. And then the limitation of 10 years, the concern there is that you can only do these for 5 years, but they can continue ad infinitum. And it doesn't mean that it couldn't be continued, but would require a new application and a new decision by the state engineer. It wouldn't just be a renewal of an existing temporary use after 10 years. So it gives some meaning to the word temporary when it's in there, that it doesn't just go on forever. And the final point I would make, Madam Chairman, is the language in both the version and the one that's here, 2 points, I guess, regards to senior rights. We would not disagree with that. But again, even though it may be elsewhere in the statutes, if we're going to spell out in 41.3.111 says right of owner who cannot satisfy in full his right during term of diversion. If we're going to spell out how that's going to function in terms of a senior right, then we believe would also be beneficial in that same section of the statute to define how the system works if it's a junior right. The state engineer has explained that difference, but I think putting it in the statute would be very helpful. And the last point I would make, something that we did bring to the committee that was not incorporated last year, was a notice requirement to other interests in the stream. We had proposed that not less than 30 days prior to the approval of any temporary transfer extension thereof, state engineer shall provide written notice to all appropriators on the affected stream segment. In visiting with the state engineer and others, I understand that for temporary use, 30 days may be rather lengthy, and we would not object to reducing that to perhaps 10 or 15 days. But we believe that others who could potentially be affected need to have some methodology by which they are aware that the state engineer is contemplating granting this temporary use. And even if it's relatively short notice, you don't just find out when you've been impacted. You have a chance to speak up prior to that impact. With that, Madam Chairman, we'd be happy to entertain any questions on those points.
All right, and I have a question for you just to lead off. Where was your first amendment on page 2 about injuriously affecting? Because I had a hard time following you on that one.
Madam Chairman, I'm not sure that was ours, but I'm looking at the engrossed version.
Oh, you're looking at the engrossed version.
And that
Okay,
language is in there on page 2, right after
Perfect.
the exclusion of in-stream flow.
thank you for that. Yes, and my co-chairman has that up. Thank you. All right, we've got that. We're just working off a different bill. We're working off the bill the Select Water Committee passed. So anyway, we're getting there. All right, any questions for Mr. McGagnon? Questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. Thank you for pointing those things out. Any further public comment? Come on down. All right, and then we'll hear from our good state engineer again. And welcome, Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ken Hamilton with the Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation. Last year, the Farm Bureau monitored this bill because there's some of our folks that are kind of the opinion that they tried change once, they didn't like it. And there was a lot of concern about this because whenever you start working with Wyoming's water law, if there's some changes that might have some unintended consequences. But there were a couple of things on this bill that last year that appeared to us to be very helpful. One of them was the in-stream flow prohibition, because while I have a great deal of respect for the Attorney General, that can be changed a little faster than you can statutes. So I think that issue there, while I feel comfortable with what the state engineer has presented, is fairly good reassurance. I would prefer to have that in-stream flow reassurance in there. The other part of it is that whole issue of a temporary change of use. I think the previous testifier, Mr. Begagna, made the comment that we are using temporary change of uses for a long time. And I think to some degree, it is beneficial to this state to say, okay, at what point does a temporary change of use just become a change of use? And so a temporary change of use was contemplated to be temporary. And when you review the information the state engineer provided for the number of temporary water use agreements, the big one is oil and gas. You know, there's both 2022 and 2023 is 27. So obviously oil and gas has those needs and they come on fairly fast. They aren't probably going to be around for 10 more years or 15 years. So I think in some instances, just the temporary use does by itself limit it. And road construction, of course, is the next one. But I don't think it would hurt to have that definition nailed down. 2 years continually renewed. I don't know, 5 years, that's a tough one. You know, what's the magic number there? But I think in our discussion with Mr. Moline, 5 years seemed to be a reasonable starting point. So that's the comments that I have regarding this legislation. I think that it would provide the state engineer some help. I'm sure he can come up and testify how maybe I've overlooked something or said something wrong. So happy to answer any questions anyone might have.
All right, any questions, committee? Questions from the committee? Seeing none, you got off the hook easy there. All right, and would you like to come back up, Mr. Gephardt, and address something that we've been discussing here?
Thank you for the opportunity again, Madam Chair. Again, Brandon Gephardt, State Engineer. And I just wanted to make a clarification on some version control of the bills. The version you have, version 0.5, is slightly different than the introduced version even, and then the engrossed version. So there was some language that the working group worked on, particularly following, let me find which version. Trying to find this right location in the version you have. So on page 2 of the version you have, it strikes out a lot of that language and then inserts. So starting on page 3, line 2 of your version, there was some language that was different in the introduced and the engrossed version than what is in version 0.5. I just wanted to point that out.
All right, thank you for that. And if anyone has their computer and wants to see the engrossed version, it is, we'll go to Representative Craigo and then Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And this might be a question for Mr. Brown. I don't know, but we'll give it a shot. So one of the differences is that language about injury, and the language, although it may not sound different, it looks different to me. And maybe you could explain to the committee what the difference is in the 2 versions of the language regarding injury to other appropriators.
Representative Craigo, could you read the area, since not everyone has the bill that you have, could you read the portion of statute you're referring to?
Happy to do so, Madam Chairman. So the version on its way.
Madam
Ms.
Chairman,
Pettit,
I
yes.
just sent out the version to the entire committee, so you,
Okay.
you can all look at that.
Well, not everyone has a computer up, so we'll just let you go ahead and read. It's not statute, it's the bill because we didn't pass it. So excuse me for that error, but go ahead.
So the language that as it came out of Select Water says, the state engineer shall not approve a temporary transfer if it injuriously affects the rights of other appropriators. The version we're looking at today is the current statutory language, which says any temporary transfer shall be allowed only if no other appropriator is injured thereby.
I actually didn't, but Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Representative Crago, I've caught that too. And so I will try to describe my recollection of what drove that particular. So I think the intent is essentially the same, right? You don't allow a temporary transfer if it injures another water right. I think there was quite a bit of discussion amongst the members of the working group of we have in different statutes that allow different changes. We have different wording. And so I think part of that was an attempt to tighten some of that up. And I think particularly with regard to injuriously affect the other rights of other appropriators as opposed to injuring appropriators. And so really focusing in on what the inquiry is to the water rights, the real property rights of somebody else. Now, in making that change, perhaps we've temporarily changed the inquiry into just a beforehand inquiry until, as we've described it, how they're currently done. The state engineer on the front end has to do an injury analysis. And then if something pops up in the field because of an application, a hydrographer also can modify it, change it, stop it if it injuriously affects somebody else. So there might have been a temporal change in there that wasn't intended. And so I think you could probably marry those two up to make it consistent with how it's, did that make sense? Am I being too cryptic about what that is? I'm being too cryptic. So previously, and I read this portion of the statute previously, it says, any temporary transfer shall be allowed only if no other appropriator is injured thereby. That doesn't say only if the state engineer finds on the front end. And what the amendment says, that's basically what it says. Only if the state engineer finds it on the front end. And so it may be more appropriate to keep it not tied to just a front end determination, but just to a statement that says it's allowed only if another appropriator is not injured. But I do think the change that says only if affects the rights, injuriously affects the rights of other appropriators instead of the existing language that says the appropriator is injured. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I'm just remembering the discussion we had in Select Water, and we were trying to, and this is in line with what you're saying, is because of the change we're making in 111, we were trying to change the term, essentially the terminology or the language here in 110 so that they didn't contradict each other is what I'm remembering, because there is a change. If you go to 111, we are changing some things around. And so the current language did not necessarily in the statute, remember, if I'm remembering correctly, it didn't allow for the change in 111, didn't mirror what was happening in 110 as it's currently written. That's what I think we were trying to do, but I'm not positive. That's why I just wanted to bring it up. So as we're working this bill, we understand that the working group did have some change in that provision, not what's in the bill draft ahead of
And
us.
Madam Chairman, that is my recollection, was to make these conforming between a temporary and an exchange that had the same conforming language in there. And that's my recollection as to why we landed on that. I don't have 111, but that's my recollection also.
All right. Okay. Are there any further questions now that, okay, Representative Davis?
Madam Chair, you know, are we, with the 5-year, are we addressing the industrial and municipal needs of temporary changes here? Because those are longer and
So,
more demanding or?
Madam Chairman, if I
Go
can give a
ahead.
little
Yep.
background on that, just a little bit. So the discussion of the work group again and why we ended up where we were. Under the old scenario of these temporaries, there was no provision that the state engineer could ever deny a renewal. I mean, it was just an automatic, every 2 years, they just file them and over and over and over again. And so I don't know that they couldn't have denied them, but the historic practice was, and I think we had an example of particularly in Casper dealing with a refinery that for 40 years had done temporaries every 2 years. And so what the committee said is, look, let's try to make these reasonable. One of the other amendment that confined it to 10 years. If you're doing this for 40 years, this is not a temporary. And we said, that's not the purpose of a temporary. So we wanted to constrain it back to a level, but to your issue, 2 years seemed like, because of the nature of some of these, were very reoccurring. But then we put a duty on the state engineers that he has to make a determination every 5 years to renew that, review that application. And then that other amendment that comes in and says you can't do more than 10 years with temporaries at that point down. Now, it's still discretionary at the state engineer's office, but that now says in 10 years, you have to make a determination, state engineer, whether this is truly a temporary or is it a permanent or. So to try to address this issue of these repetitive ongoing renewals every 2 years, make it a little more user-friendly for both the ag producers that may be transferring those and also the water purchaser to do that 5. There's nothing magical about 5, but that's the discussion we had, to try to make this a little more user-friendly for all the parties involved. And then also to basically limit the number of temporaries you could do.
Madam Chair, if I may, currently, just to add on, and Senator Hicks is correct, that was kind of the intent of the discussion as I understood it. But currently the 2-year temporary agreement, it's not necessarily a renewal, it's a reapplication and then we evaluate it. I do think that we can deny it at that point. And we have done here recently, we've sent out some letters that basically says, this seems like a long-term, so this is new. But I think to Senator Hicks's point, it was to kind of address that and put it a little more in statute as to what a period of time would be.
All right. Any further questions? Seeing none. Committee, what is your pleasure on the bill? Would you like more time to consider it, or would you like to take action on it now? Senator Larson.
Madam Chairwoman, I guess I would make a motion that we move the engrossed bill we had last year.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to move the engrossed version from last year. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion has passed with only one dissenting. And so we have moved that bill forward and we will probably see it again at our next meeting just to see if there's any cleanup we need to do since it's such an important change. All right. Senator French. Yep, we will make sure we have the correct version that time, the one that we moved. And so we've got all that taken care of. Next up on our agenda is the University of Wyoming and Seed Certification Program. I need to take, no, we're done with public comment. Never mind, it's closed. So we'll go on to the Seed Certification Program. So first up is the University of Wyoming, and then we'll have the Wyoming Crop Improvement Association. Thanks for coming over today.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. Great to see you. Good to be here to visit about Wyoming seed certification. I'm alone at the table, but I'm well represented behind me. Joining me behind me is, I'll try to remember how they're seated. Vice President Mike Smith, Governmental Affairs and Community Engagement. Pepper Joe Six from the university is our external relations from our college. Then Eric Webster is our Associate Dean and Director of the Wyoming Ag Experiment Station. And then I believe Jolene Sweet, who is our new manager of the seed certification service up in Powell. So thank them for joining me. And then almost every grass seed grower from Heart Mountain is behind me too. And I'm glad they're here. This is important. This relationship's important to us. And so glad to have them and a few of their colleagues with us behind us. So, and before I get started on Seed Cert, I just want to say how much I appreciate the support of this committee in the last session, and especially for the match funds that we've got. It really is helping our college move the dial on some specific initiatives, so I appreciate that. I'm Kelly Crane. I'm the interim dean of the College of Agriculture, Life Sciences, and Natural Resources. So I'm gonna give you a little bit of background information on the seed certification program as I understand it. First, importantly, as provided in state statute, UW administers the Wyoming Seed Certification Program. But we do this importantly in cooperation with the Wyoming Crop Improvement Association. So I'll try not to use the acronyms because they get a little confusing, but seed certification as a program is administered by the university as provided in statute. The Crop Improvement Association that you'll hear from after I'm done is an independent grower organization that we work cooperatively with in this program. So that's gets us started with who we are. So I think the first and maybe the most important thing that I want to say in my testimony here is that this relationship is really important to me and to our college, and I think to the university as a whole. But certainly our College of Ag, I'll refer to it that way, even though that's not our formal name. Our relationship with crop improvement and the service we provide through seed certification is something we value, and I certainly value for a couple of reasons. But probably the most important to me is it represents an opportunity for our college to do one of our fundamental responsibilities, which is to serve ag and to serve the ag industry. And we have fewer of these specific responsibilities probably than we did 50 years ago. So the relationship is important to me, to our college, and I think to the University of Wyoming, the relationship we have with seed growers and our seed certification program. But I should confirm, Wyoming Seed Certification, the program we administer, is not a revenue source for our college or our university. I think even though I haven't been in this job very long, I have a pretty good handle on our budget. And I can tell you, I am not rubbing my hands together when I look at seed certification because it is not a revenue source for us. As provided in the statute, all the funding that we get, which comes from farmers paying fees for us to certify their seed, goes back into the program. We pay for the manager's salary out of university coffers provided by our legislators. But there is no revenue that comes to us. And as provided in statute, we have, as far as I know, we have never used these funds for anything but programmatic support. And that's the way it's been. Before my time, there was an opportunity for the university during budget cuts to sweep all university accounts that didn't show activity. They got caught up in this. Seed certification funds got swept. They were since returned. I can remember my predecessor and Eric Webster's predecessor calling foul and saying, look, you can't sweep funds. These are funds that by statute has to be spent on certifying seed from seed growers. So those funds were returned, probably not as timely as they or we would have liked, but they went back in. So important distinction there from my perspective. It's not a revenue source for our university or certainly our college. And speaking for me, I'll just speak for myself. We don't really relish the regulatory role. It's not something we're very comfortable in. It's not something, again, that we think, oh, good, we get to have this impact on a really important industry. That's not something the college relishes, and I'm not sure our people out in the field relish that opportunity. Again, we see this as a service, an important service we provide to the industry. And finally, there was some talk about maybe that the university doesn't need to have seed certification, that it could go to a grower organization or it could be organized in another way. And it is true, that is true in other states. And people have asked me personally, what do you think about that? My response is always that we'll find another way to serve producers in the Bighorn Basin and seed growers specifically, if that happens. So that's a little context for our perspective on that. The relationship, to me, as I've watched it through the years, has largely been positive and productive. And I think my grower friends behind me will confirm that as we move forward. We've have a good relationship. It is not perfect. We are not perfect. The University of Wyoming doesn't always operate in an efficient manner. We're probably not as responsive as we could be or should be all the time. But I think by and large, this has been a really successful partnership with growers. So that's important. There's a couple things that will cause us to revisit this partnership right now. The first one is we had an internal audit by our Office of Internal Audits on campus, and they found some issues in the relationship between crop improvement, the gentleman behind me, and the University of Wyoming, how that relationship was. And I'll talk maybe a little bit about some of those, but that really created us to have to revisit this. And what came out of that audit was essentially 5 things that they asked us to do. They were really about, we needed to demonstrate independence between this 501c3 organization and the University of Wyoming. So we need an independent website. We need cash handling and accounts receivable policies and procedures for how we bill for seed certification. Third, and importantly, we needed to develop an MOU, which really outlines the relationship between crop improvement and the University of Wyoming. That was right in the internal audit. We also, fees that we charge to producers must be disclosed according to UW policy. And then finally, we need a plan to manage potential conflicts of interest between UW employees and the Wyoming Crop Improvement Association. Really focused on whether UW employees can serve as officers for a 501c3 organization. So those are the recommendations of the internal audit. We have responded to that and we have addressed all 5 of them. All 4 of them pretty much we're done with except the MOU. And so we began developing the MOU before the draft budget amendment even came out. But we are still engaged in that. Dr. Webster and I went up, I think in April, early April, and met with the Board of Crop Improvement, kind of got their wish list for an MOU. We took that back to campus, sent it off to our general counsel, and we need a look from our human resources and our budget and finance office. I just saw the latest version of it last week. I had some comments back on that as well as some of our other staff. That went back to general counsel. I think we're well on our way to an MOU that will kind of clarify this responsibility. And again, to me, I think there's a really clear path forward where the University of Wyoming can continue to serve the seed industry, do seed certification, and still address the concerns, I'll say, whether or not that's accurate, but address the issues identified in our internal audit. So to me, there's a clear path forward. We just have to formalize the structure, tighten up some loose ends.
All right, committee. Questions for Mr. Crane?
Madam Chairman.
Senator French is first, and then you can be next.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Kelly, on this MOU, from my perspective on the whole thing, it seems like it's really up in the air. There's a lot of unknowns out there, this MOU, how long is it going to take? I mean, it's very important to these producers to get this all buttoned up and because I know up in our area, the grass is heading out and starting to pollinate, different grasses are, and that needs to be walked, rogued, whatever you want to call it. We're up against a pretty hard deadline, these producers are, to get this their crops certified, and it's multi-million dollar business, and very important to our area up there in the Park County area and other parts of the state. So what is the holdup? I mean, are you pushing the folks, the legal or whoever on this MOU to get this finished up? I mean, you have the outline and it sounds like you visited with the producers. So can this be, I'm asking for this to be fast tracked. I mean, what's the holdup? Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Senator French, I'll answer it. First, I'll say, yeah, we're pushing it. We can push harder. But again, there's a big workload in general counsel. That's no excuse. We're eager to get this out, as eager as you are. So we'll keep pushing this. I hate to speculate on a completion time, but I think within the next couple of weeks, we'll have a version back for crop improvement to look at. And that's the way we decided to attack this. They kind of gave a wish list. We talked it out. We knew there was going to be a couple areas where we would disagree. We worked that out with general counsel, HR, and our finance and budget office, and then we'll work together on one and get it back. I think in the next couple of weeks, they'll see another version. I think importantly is seed certification goes on without the MOU. We're up there now. We're trying to fill some positions. We're certifying seed today. We've done it without an MOU for 40 years. We'll continue to do it. So we absolutely are committed to not holding up process, although we know that there will be, because coincident with all this, we had a resignation of a long-term employee who did a great job up there serving producers, and we had a big turnover in staff. So we're scrambling, we're doing our absolute best, but we're continuing to certify seed independent of this MOU development. But I, like you, Senator French, want this done. I just think it ties up a lot of loose ends and we want to get it moving. We're pushing it. We're doing our best to get it moving.
All right. Do you have any follow-ups?
No.
Okay. I heard somebody down there. Who was it? Senator Hicks?
So Kelly, when you went through I want to get back to the audit and which basically flagged your internal audit. And so when I heard you go through there, one was independence between UW and Wyoming Crop Improvement Association. Form an MOU, the fees must be disclosed. And then conflict of interest of UW employees serving in different capacities in WCA. I did not find the fifth one. And so that's a question if that's on there. But is that audit available, and was that provided to the board of the Wyoming Crop Improvement Association so they can see that also? Instead of a verbal reiteration, because I've obviously lost something, is that available that the committee could have that, and the board for the Crop Improvement Association could have a copy of that internal audit?
Madam Chair, Senator Hicks, I don't know. I believe that is publicly available. I've seen the audit. I think it's publicly available, those points. The points you missed, and I'll read it as I quote it. This isn't right out of the audit, but it is to develop cash handling and accounts receivable policies and procedures for how we bill for seed certification services was the fifth one.
Okay.
My list may not be exhaustive of what was found in the audit, but I do think that's publicly available. I might ask Vice President Smith to weigh in on this, but I think we can make that available.
Yeah, I just think it helps when y'all work off the same document versus an interpretation of a document or secondhand. I obviously missed even in your presentation. So I guess I'm curious as to that. So primarily it's an internal is being held up on the MOU, but forget the MOU. You're right. We can move forward without the MOU. it's the necessity of getting this thing up and running, given where we're at in the seed season. So a couple of questions. Is the Wyoming seed certification service now completely fully staffed? And if not, what are you looking to do to try to remedy that? Because there's other duties associated with, before you just write the seed tags, there's a lot of work that goes on. So where are we at with staffing for the seed certification service? And then at some point in time, we need to discuss about the funding, that position, and then the role that Wyoming Crop Improvement Association may play in an advisory capacity to that position.
Madam Chair, Senator Hicks, I think the answer to the first question is, are we fully staffed? I'll give you an emphatic no. We're not. We are moving quickly to fill positions right now. And if you want specifics, I could probably dig those up, but we're filling positions right now. There's an assistant manager position that I know is open. We just filled a office associate position, and I think they're in the works of getting inspectors that actually do the seed certification hired now.
So, Madam Chairman, just to follow up on that point, that's in some cases what depend on the crop is a very highly technical job. And so my guess is a very small pool out there of people that are even qualified. So how are you going to deal with the training issue, and what's the plan, given the fact that you may, even though you hire somebody, they may not be trained and adequately qualified to do some of this stuff. So what's that look like for this year? We'll get it fixed by next year, but right now is urgent.
Madam Chair, Senator Hicks, I share your anxiety, and I think that's a keen observation, that it is a limited pool, that we're just gonna absolutely do our best. Again, we've got to fill these positions. We'll do our best to get it done. I actually have confidence in our new manager, Jolene, that she's done this before many years. I think she understands the competence and qualifications that seed inspectors need. And she's working hard to get some identified and get them on the ground. So all we can do is our best.
Senator Kolb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kelly, I guess on the audit, your internal audit, any executive summary also that would come along, because there's different types of information given in an audit. Certainly like to see that you'd be privy to. More importantly, at a 20,000-foot view, irregardless of, I guess, how we currently got here with UW and this whole program, has there been any thought to compensation if these folks can't get the seed certified and there's a fiscal impact? Because the way it sounds to me and the evidence I've heard, or the testimony I've heard so far, is that this is all on the university. I mean, it was a change you folks thought you had to make, which I understand. But the bottom line is I just seems to me there's some responsibility university has towards program. You folks initiated these changes. You thought they were necessary. That's fine. But what are we going to do if there's a negative fiscal consequence for these folks that are depending on you? I mean, they're depending on you to do this service. That now apparently there's some bumps in the road. So could you, I guess, explain the point of view, that point of view that I'm having, that what are you going to do? Has there been any thought to a fiscal impact? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Senator Kolb, yes, there's been plenty of thought to that. Have we had discussions about compensating for losses or otherwise? We have not had those conversations. But again, it's one of those things we think about. Again, we take this partnership seriously. And yeah, we think about that, and we're just scrambling and hope that does not happen. And I know hope is not enough, but we have not had discussions about paying for potential damages that occur.
All right, further questions, Senator Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Obviously, it's been stated that this is big and the Bighorn Basin as a whole. The dollars that are in potential loss for all these growers. It's my understanding that within a week or so, there is going to be some grass seed fields that need to be inspected. And is there qualified staff there already? Are we ready? I mean, there's big concern.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair and Senator Larson, again, I share your concerns. My assumption is that we have qualified staff ready to do that. Do we have enough? No. Are we gonna suffer because of the loss of long-term employees? We absolutely are. Our objective is to not pass on that suffering to the producers. But I have not been notified that we're not going to be able to certify grass seed on the upcoming season. So I'm assuming we're there.
Follow up? Okay. I hate to say it, but you know what assuming does. So just saying. And I saw Mr. Smith in the back had a thumbs up on getting that audit. So if we could get that emailed to the Crop Improvement Association and the committee, we'd sure appreciate seeing the audit and any other documentation that goes along with it. That would be extremely beneficial. Any further questions, Senator Ide?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Crane, thanks for being here. I don't fully understand how the funding on all of this, the mechanisms and how they get commingled, but it would look like there would be a possibility to have these seed certification funds in a separate non-UW account. Would you comment on that? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Senator Ide, we've approached that possibility with our budget and finance offices. They get nervous about non-UW accounts that they can't audit or that there's not that accountability loop. Now, that was a discussion I had with Alex Keene about that. And they're nervous. Their policy would say that if we collect them, that means UW collects these fees. When we do the service, they're UW funds. We are, as an institution, reluctant to establish those in an outside account that UW finances can't reflect in bookkeeping and accountability and in auditing. Anyway, you can. I'm sympathetic to how the legislature wants to see UW funds. And so we don't want them spread out in other institutions, apparently. That was the word I got from Budget of Finance.
Go ahead, Senator Kolb.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you handle these funds, you need to audit these funds. That's just the way the financial world works. Is that your understanding?
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Senator Kolb, that would be my understanding also.
All right. I guess my question to you would be, how much of the program is funded by UW and how much is producer fees that are paid for this certification?
Madam Chair, that's probably an answer I can't provide a lot of specificity to. We pay the salary and the total compensation package for the manager position. Everything else is paid by grower fees. So that would be the percentage. I don't know what that percentage would look like. Eric Webster may know that better. But that's my sense. We pay that. The other thing importantly is we pay or we bear the cost of the facilities. They are co-located on our Powell Research and Extension Center. Now, some of these grower fees have been used to enhance or increase our capacity to do seed certification and do improvements on buildings and have facilities that can better handle seed. But by and large, university bears the cost of those capital investments also. That's my understanding.
All right. Well, because it just seems like in looking at this, it's been a partnership for a long time and it's operated that way. And I just hate to see bureaucracy get in the way of something that's worked and been a good partnership. So I hope we can find a way to mitigate that portion of this.
Madam Chairwoman,
Yes, go ahead, Dan.
thank you. Has it been in the past that there is two separate billings that go out to the growers for the two different entities? Is that correct? And if so, do all the funds go to UW? Or is there two separate accounts where they're put into reserves or whatever?
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Senator Larson, I think I know the answer to that, but I'm not going to stick my neck out. And I'm going to ask Associate Dean Eric Webster to come up and answer that.
Yes, and then we might phone some other friends who have traveled a long way to be here, and we might go onto the Crop Improvement Association. They may have some answers for us as well. We don't want to cut their time short. All right, welcome. Go ahead. Whomever wants to answer these questions.
Eric Webster, Associate Dean for Research, Director of the Wyoming Agricultural Experiment Station. Jolene Sweet is to my left. She's the new manager for the seed certification. She knows the book process a lot better, so I'm going to turn that over to her.
Thank you, Eric. Madam Chair, Senator Larson, that has been both separate and together in the past. So previous history shows that all accounts were billed out of the University of Wyoming Crop Improvement Office, submitted to the University of Wyoming accounts. At the end of the year, a transfer was done back to Crop Improvement, local checking accounts for membership dues, things of that nature. Several years ago, it was split so that there were two separate invoices that were presented.
All right, does that answer your question? All right, thank you very much. We'll let you off the hook for now, but be prepared to come back up if we have more questions. Thank you. Go ahead, Senator Hicks. We weren't going to let him do that
So
just yet.
the nature, and this will be incumbent in the MOU, but one of this historic practices has been a true partnership to the fact, and with the expertise that the Wyoming Crop Improvement Association has, and it's a member organization that sets pretty high standards in this. As part of that partnership and making the whole thing work, is there was always an advisory role that they had a significant input into performance and duties, not only of just setting standards for the seed certification, but also, the operation by the manager of the seed certification and stuff. And so, and not having seen the draft MOU, but I think that is a very important component, is to maintain that significant level input from Wyoming Crop Improvement Association into standards, and also the oversight performance of the seed certification manager. But how do we incorporate that, or is it possible to incorporate, that traditional role into the MOU?
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Senator Hicks, yes. Short answer, it is possible, and we fully intend to incorporate that in the MOU. In fact, we continue, even without the MOU, that Wyoming Crop Improvement really advises us on the standards and the fees they charge to themselves. We don't set those. We do that and we implement them, but we do that in consultation with Crop Improvement. Likewise, we're going to have something in the MOU that addresses substantive input of growers and Crop Improvement on evaluating candidates for our positions.
All right, thank you.
All right. With that, stick around just in case we need you, and we'll bring up the Wyoming Crop Improvement Association, whoever your spokespeople are. Welcome to the Ag Committee. just state your name, and we know you're with the Crop Improvement Association, but go ahead and give us your name when you speak and let us know where you're from.
Madam Chairman, Keith Kennedy, Wyoming Crop Improvement Association. And before these other gentlemen introduce themselves and start on the actual testimony, I wanted to clarify something because most of you here have seen me before, and I have said I am representing Wyoming Crop Improvement Association. And I am, and I do, but I am paid from their legislative fund, which is a 501c4, which is entirely funded by donations from both from growers, businesses, as well as lenders all over the state. And with that, I'll let the other gentlemen introduce themselves.
All right.
Madam Chair, thank you for inviting us down here to attend this meeting. I am Morgan Grover. I'm the president of the Wyoming Crop Improvement Association. Some of the background's already been stated, but I'll put from our perspective without duplicating what's already been stated. The Wyoming Crop Improvement Association is comprised of growers of seed produced in the state of Wyoming, and this is a very diverse crop. Anything from grasses to grains, alfalfas, beans, essentially all crops that are used to that are grown for seed. And then the Wyoming Seed Certification Service is that service which inspects those crops at various stages of development in order to certify the quality of the product that we're growing and to ensure that it meets the prescribed standards. And then the Crop Improvement Association serves as an advisory. Now, and this has been mentioned before, but our role in the advisory historically has been to be the ones who set the standards. Previous testimony from Kelly stated the reluctance of being regulatory. Well, when you have the growers setting those standards and those fees, which are both parts of what we have done historically, there's a lot more buy-in for that, a little bit less of the hammer of regulation on top of the growers. So it's been an important role, and that's how we've functioned as advisory. And those fees, as stated previously, are all for the function of the Wyoming Seed Certification Service. The manager is the individual in charge of that of seed certification and a UW employee. And the interaction between the manager and the growers is really important. She's the one that schedules, when she's coming out to the fields, and we're in contact with the ones that are walking our fields. So it's a really, really important relationship. I was happy to hear that mentioned before about the importance of maintaining that relationship. That is very important to us as well, because we rely on seed certification service, and we want to make sure that the manager in that whole position is fully supported, both financially, equipment-wise, and in terms of personnel and staffing. We want to make sure that that manager has everything they need to function well and to work with them. And the relationship between both groups, the Crop Improvement Association and seed certification, has been tight-knit and successful, and has proven to be effective. The historical practices have worked for decades. I think the earliest sign we had of this partnership was from 1941. So that's a little bit of history, and something that's working. And so in light of that, even though it's been going on for so long, we've never had a written agreement between the two entities and with the University of Wyoming. So earlier this year, we began to work on developing a memorandum of understanding with UW between crop improvement and Wyoming Seed Certification. And in doing so, I asked Dave Johnson, our vice president, to chair a working group to go over the points that we'd like to have included in an MOU to maintain this relationship. And with your permission, Madam Chair, I'll pass it on to Dave to explain how that process has been going.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through a group of about 8 growers, we really sat down and tried to figure out what Wyoming crop improvement felt like, what was very important to the growers of the state to be involved in seed certification. So through this long process, we've met multiple times to try and really push this forward as fast as we could so that we could give the university something where we're coming from in hopes that we could really resolve this quickly. So from our perspective, we would like to enter in an MOU with University of Wyoming to really codify how this has been traditionally run. We don't want to change anything. We want to continue to have this partnership with them. We would like to safeguard the growers' input into the seed certification, all matters related to it, setting standards, and also with the management of the staff, because as Morgan mentioned, that's critically important to our individual operations that we can work with this manager. And a side note, the state has one entity that can certify fields. So we are beholden to this service. We cannot go to any other state. We cannot go to any other entity to get this job done. It has to happen through this program. And in turn, we heard the university's findings from the audit verbally back in February. So we tried to incorporate those things into some of the things so that we could make it a true partnership in getting this thing figured out. One of the things that was very important to us is we would like the seed certification manager to remain as the secretary of the Wyoming, our organization, Wyoming Crop Improvement Association. We feel like this will serve the state seed industry in the most effective way possible because our organizations are so intertwined in a lot of ways. For instance, as Wyoming Crop Improvement we can't bill fees for our membership because we don't know who the members are by law, because those growers are confidential in the seed certification office. And that has always worked very well, that the manager was involved in that. They could not disclose that information and get those bills sent out and keep our organization moving forward.
Madam Chairman, could I ask a question on that point of the
Yeah.
manager's role as the secretary for the Crop Improvement Association? Do they, so on occasion, if you guys have issues, because is there a vote that comes up, and is that manager a voting member of the association? So sometimes that's the nuance thing, and I think might be part of maybe some of the legal hang up is voting on things that directly affect.
We're going to let you phone a friend on
Yeah,
that. Go ahead.
So you know where I'm going with this.
Yeah, Madam Chair, no, that officer is not a voting member. To be a voting member of Wyoming Crop Improvement Association, you need to be a grower of seed. And the manager is not a grower of seed within crop improvement.
So it's strictly what I would say an administrative capacity.
Madam Chair, yes, it is. Senator Hicks, when we meet and we're talking about setting standards, yes, the growers vote and we have input on that, but we rely on the manager's knowledge of that particular crop and also of knowing what the standards are in other states, because we're trying to produce the best quality seed. So some of our standards are higher than the national standards, but yes, it works very closely, and there are points in our meetings where that secretary is actually the main show because they are the ones who have experience in that realm.
Sure.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, Madam Chair. So we really do want to partner with them. I think that's pretty obvious, and we're really glad to hear that university is interested in continuing this relationship. There are very specific things that we've shared with the university that we feel like are critically important to be in the MOU so that we could function. I guess part of the problem has been that administrative changes have really affected the function of seed certification, which have really affected the growers. We want the growers to be involved to basically help ride these waves of administration changes so that we can keep seed certification operating effectively and to maintain our reputation in the state. And I think some of those things have happened in the last 6 months have really affected this coming growing season, as some of your questions have addressed. As growers, we're very worried about it. We want to support the program however we can. We want to support the new manager however we can. We would love more communication from the university on how we can do that and how we can move forward to do that, because that has always been the traditional relationship. Is, you know, the Board of Crop Improvement also has served to advise the manager on issues regarding what's happening out in the field, because we're the people that are out in the field. So I really hope this inspection season goes well, as I think everybody does, but just want to reiterate, we want to support the program as much as we can. So, thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else that would like to speak, or do you want to just take questions at this time? No speaking, just questions. Okay, I see some heads nodding. All right. Any questions? Representative Conrad, then Senator Hicks.
Madam Chair, thank you. So if I understood, clarifying question, I guess, you're asking for a manager to come from the Seed Laboratory Advisory Group. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, no, that is not correct.
Okay.
The Seed Lab Advisory Group, you have seed certification, and then you have the Seed Lab. They're two kind of separate entities. And seed certification, the Wyoming Crop Improvement Board has been advisory to seed certification. The Seed Lab Advisory Group has been advisory to the Seed Lab. They're two separate things with two separate advisory groups.
Thank you.
All right, got it. Senator Hicks?
Yeah, so gentlemen, just boil it down to me right now. What's priority number one that has to happen in a time frame that you guys feel that it has to happen within? And let's, so the number one, number two, I think we had a discussion with you to, we're going to move forward with whether the MOU is signed or not, but what do you guys absolutely have to maintain your business operations, and what's the time frames? If you can kind of just walk me through the next 6 months, how you vision things that are essential to maintain your businesses and your profitability raising certified seed. Who wants to take a stab at that?
Just give us your name and.
Anthony Spearing. The number one thing we need is qualified inspectors. I've got two varieties of seed that are going to be ready to harvest in a month. I need them inspected. We get 1 year with half-hearted inspections or fake inspections, and the reputation of Wyoming certified seed is gone for decades. So we need qualified inspectors. And then the number two is, like Dave Johnson has said, we need meaningful input moving into the future, like we have had in the past. The one other thing I wanted to bring up is the intertwining of the Wyoming Crop Improvement Association and the Seed Certification Service. Like Dave Johnson mentioned, with the manager being the secretary, manager of seed certification being the secretary of Wyoming Crop Improvement Association, that allows him access to the information. There was several people at the annual meeting that did not make the annual meeting because they were not notified, because at that time we did not have a manager, and Wyoming Crop Improvement, the board, was struggling to try and find that information. And I know there were some people that were left off because we could not access that information. Thank you.
All right, further questions, Senator Larson?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. In your MOU request, things that you put on that secretary position, I would guess, was included on that.
That is correct.
Senator Ide.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you guys for being here. Speculating, what happens if the MOU is not satisfactory to your liking, what happens this growing season? Explain, where do we go from here if, number one, if you don't get an MOU in a timely manner, and number two, if you don't like the MOU once you receive it? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Iden. I believe this season, the quote unquote die has been cast on what's going to happen with this season. The MOU is probably a longer term thing. Even if, I mean, the most important thing for the upcoming season is to get that office fully staffed and to get them trained and get them out in the field to make timely inspections. Timing is everything on those inspections. The crops that we raise a lot of times tend to shatter, which means the seeds fall off. And thank God we don't have any wind in Wyoming, but wind really makes them fall off faster. So the timing of the crops when they're ready, it's critical. The MOU, I believe, is unfortunately, we were hoping to get this done prior to the season, but where we're at now, we're in the season. So we feel like it's critically important for next year's season that we have this in place and we have a winter time to make things run smoother next year. Thank you.
Senator Larson.
Madam Chairwoman, I don't want to cut their testimony short. I'm hoping we get the UW back up to ask some questions again, and maybe they could fill us in on some of this.
All right. If there's no further questions for crop improvement, we'll let them go. Thank you, gentlemen. And we'll bring the university back up to the hot seat. And I do remember, just for while you're going back to your seats and we're playing musical chairs here, that we had a meeting scheduled before session. And so this has been going on for a while. This isn't a new development. And so, but maybe Mr. Crane can come back and tell us, you know, other than bureaucracy, why things are taking so long. I think that we'll have another meeting in September, and we would certainly hope that you'll have an MOU signed and an agreement made by then. If not, I think we're prepared to jump in with you and help that get accomplished if we can't get one managed to be produced by then. So what questions did you have, Senator Larson?
I have a couple if I could.
Go ahead.
I would like to see if they could answer in the MOU if the secretary position is something that can happen.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Senator Larson, I don't know. Part of the concern that came out of the internal audit was the dual secretary treasurer role. So we had one individual that was managing the fiscal resources of crop improvement and seed certification. That makes internal audit nervous. So I think there's potential to have an ex officio role of a secretary, or what it might have to be another term, but the concern really came about managing the fiscal resources, the finances of this 501c3. At the same time, we're relying on the manager to manage university fiscal resources, and it caused concern. That was what I'll say. So we'll have to ask General Counsel how that arrangement gets out.
Follow up.
It's our understanding there are some files that are Crop Improvement Association in storage. Is there a way to get to those files? They would like to have them, like they commented. They weren't sure they sent out all the notices for the meeting and such.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and again, short answer, yes. We absolutely intend to provide files, or if Crop Improvement has files in our facility. Part of that separation they asked was, you shouldn't be storing a 501c3's personnel, fiscal files, and those kind of things in a UW facility. we're happy to give that stuff. The other complicating factor is there's an associated ongoing investigation on this outside of the University of Wyoming. Their instructions to us have been to maintain the integrity of files in our facilities until that's completed. I do not know the current status of that investigation, but we have not gotten the okay to turn loose of things. And as soon as they do, we are happy to purge.
All right. Any Representative Allemon.
Thank you, and thank you for coming and sitting in the hot seat. How long has this problem been going on?
Madam Chair, Representative Allemon, I think the two circumstances that really caused us to revisit the relationship was the internal audit that we got last year and then the resignation of our long-term employee that happened this spring. So I would say the really emergent need happened early this year is the way I'd characterize it. There's been bumps all along the road, like in every partnership, but I would say the most emergent need came early this year.
Follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm having a little bit of trouble wondering why it's taken so long in this MOU, and why can't we just have a simple MOU put together and have these gentlemen, as they were treated before, just marry the two together and get it done? Thank you.
All right. Do you have an answer for that?
Madam Chair, Representative, I share your aspirations to make it happen quick. Yeah, so we got the crop improvements version in early April. It's early June in the time clock of university and a general counsel office that really is stretched to their limits. I think we're moving along pretty quick, and our general count, not quick by a lot of people's standards, but for our standards, sometimes these things take longer. But we do have the commitment of our general counsel that they're pushing this pretty hard. So we're trying to get her done.
All right. And with that, we are getting to our time limit so that we can go on our tours. Does anybody have anything else? And if not, we'll probably put this on our September meeting agenda as well so that we can get a follow-up. So if we could get our staff to make a notation. Anna, go ahead. What's that? Oh, yes, we will take public comment before we close, but we will probably do that, and we'll let the university and crop improvement go and take any public comment that there is in the room on this issue.
Madam Chairman, one last question. I guess you brought up the issue that there's some investigation going on, but it was outside of the university. So where is that? How would we find out what the status of that is? Because this could potentially hold up anything that your general counsel wants to do. So we need to get that resolved. So how do we find out what the status of that is? And what, if there is a final disposition, when there might be a final disposition? And I'm assuming if there's an investigation and it's not directly with UW, it's with the state of Wyoming. So probably in the Attorney General's office.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Senator Hicks, that's my understanding as well too. The entity that's providing leadership is DCI. Our general counsel is considerate of any findings of that as they review our MOU. I know they advanced that question last week if they'd heard anything final from DCI on this. So that's the extent of my insight into that.
Go ahead.
Find out where that is at, and if there is a time frame for a final decision, because that could potentially hold up everything that the university is going to do at this point in time. So,
All right. So would we go through you with that to contact DCI on the investigation, or do we need to go through another channel?
Madam Chair, I would suggest you visit with our general counsel office. So Tara Evans in our GC office is probably the spot to go.
Okay, Anna, could you do that for us? And we'll just direct you to track that down and find out where that's at and what's going on. If there is some aspect of confidentiality to that, then this committee will be directed as to that. However, we oftentimes deal with confidential documents in our role that we're carrying here for the public. So that being the case, we'll track that down and be working on that, right? Do you need anything else, Anna, to do that? All right. If you do, you know who to call. All right, anything further? Seeing none, we'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment in the room? And I don't see anyone that signed up online. We can take other issues too. It was specific to this issue. We have had public comment on each issue as we've gone along. But if there's someone that has public comment today on something of general importance to you, to come in front of a legislative committee, we would certainly entertain that now. Is there any general comment from the public on any issue? Oh, come on forward. Please introduce yourself and thank you for coming today. I'm glad we didn't miss you. All right, put your microphone on if you could. Just that big button.
Okay.
All
Is that
right.
okay?
Yes, thank you.
I'm Tom Burris, the chairman of the Sweetwater County Conservation District. And I was at a meeting last Friday with Senator Cole was there, and he mentioned that this meeting and that they would like to hear some comments from the agricultural folks in Sweetwater County. And they're all busy. They couldn't come today. So I called 38 calls this weekend to try to get some folks here. We had one here earlier, but he had to leave also. I've got a few comments that I'd like to just relay that I had gotten from most of the people that I talked to. Let's see, basically the concerns of most of what I gathered from most of the calls range from wolves and grizzly bears, invasive species, sage-grouse programs and the changes to them, and, you know, the flexibility, what are we going to do with core areas, you know, just the inconsistency of how do they plan on doing things with all of the changes coming out of the planning in Washington, basically. Eagles killing lambs, irrigation systems, and it might surprise you, but the agricultural community is concerned about the BLM.
That's a shock.
Yeah, I thought that might be, but one of the key things among all of these other ones, but yep, I moved over too far. Okay, thank you. Might actually fit in with the section tomorrow where you're replacing farm equipment and repairing farm equipment and stuff. But one of the key things is the irrigation systems in Farson. Most of those were put in, well, some as much as 35 years ago. And they were not designed to last quite this long. And there's various stages of failures and things like that. The NRCS has stated that they don't do repairs. We already got this. This is our local NRCS person, not the agency itself. They stated that they do not repair or replace. Because we already, he said, we got the salt to gain. The pivots were put in primarily for salt savings in the Colorado River. Our perspective is that requirement is still ongoing. We still have to maintain that salt content, you know, the reductions in the salt. And we've discussed various different ways. The Conservation District is working with the Irrigation District and the irrigators in the Farson area, and to try to come up with methods to enhance the irrigation and also maintain the water quality going to the Colorado River. And it's or we don't know where to go for funding if the NRCS isn't going to be willing to do any cost shares or anything like this to replace these things. The cost on most pivots is in excess of $20,000 per tower, and most towers are 7 or 8 towers. And most of the systems up there are either 7 or 8 towers, so that's $150,000 roughly to get a system up. And there's I know we've heard some possibilities of some federal funding on some of the programs, maybe the Build Back Better program or whatever you want to call them, from coming out of Washington. There might be some funds there that could be used to improve these systems and maintain a utilization of the water more effectively and keep our water cleaner as it goes downstream. I wasn't, this is my first time to come to one of your meetings. I wasn't exactly sure how they operated. I was anticipating more of a listening session to hear from local folks and stuff. So you just got a short summary of what I could put together since Friday. So if there's any other questions, I could be willing to answer them, and or otherwise we'll just continue to work with the Conservation District and the Irrigation District and try to get more input in the future.
All right, any questions or comments? Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate you letting us know about your local issues. And obviously, we have some funding through water development, but with towers and pivots, it's usually, EQIP funds or different things.
Yeah.
So we don't usually handle that, but we have done an aging irrigation infrastructure survey across the state because we know we have a huge liability there. And that's something else we need to put on our list for the September meeting. We need to have someone come and report that to the Agriculture Committee as well. So we realize how important water is to our communities and our way of life. So
Thank you, Madam Chair.
yes, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. All right, is there any more public comment on any issue for the Ag Committee? Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Madam Chairman, specifically to the issue that they talked about with the irrigation sprinklers, that was part of the Colorado River Salinity Control Program. And it's an obligation that the United States of America has to reduce the amount of salt that was going into Mexico. So the federal government, and this was identified as a high salt contributor. Let's make one thing perfectly clear. They did not need to put sprinklers in to raise crops in Farson Eden, but it was highly encouraged and financially incentivized to do that to meet the United States' obligation with our treaty with Mexico on the amount of salt. So it just seems to me that this program initially paid for those because it's a U.S. obligation, that maybe there might be a role for this committee is just to draft a letter in support to maybe look at reauthorization of some of those Colorado River Salinity Control funds that could be used to replace some of this infrastructure so the United States of America can meet their obligations under the compact and the treaty with Mexico. Seems to me like that would be something that we might want to consider.
And that sounds like a great recommendation, and I thank you for volunteering to draft that letter.
Can do.
All right, would that help you out if we'll draft a letter and try
That
to
would
get?
help considerable.
All right.
I had one more comment that I've got from my working with the irrigation district is the cost of replacing these now is lessened somewhat because of the improvements that the irrigation district has done in the past. They don't have the ditches to worry about, the canals. We've put pipelines into almost all of the irrigated area in Farson. So there's not going to be a lot of expense for canals and ditches and stuff, because the pipeline is into almost all the places up there now. So,
Great. Well, and we took a tour on Select Water and saw that system, and we appreciated that last year. I think it was last summer. And so we'll get our letter drafted, and thank you for bringing that to our attention. We really appreciate it.
thank you, ma'am.
All right, is there anything else before the committee? If not, we are going to have Katie tell us about our tours that we'll be leaving for. She has pushed our timeline back a little bit. So go ahead and take it away, Katie.
Madam Chairman, the BLM is expecting us at the holding pens, in the corrals just off of Elk Street. North of the, well, not north, I don't know my directions in Rock Springs, but just beyond the Caterpillar dealership at about 1:30. So if the committee wants to take a lunch break and just meet at the BLM holding pens at 1:30, that will work for them. And it looks like rain at about 3, so FYI, I guess. And then after we visit with the BLM, we'll head to Green River to view the Green River water treatment plant. And I did email all of you Google Map directions. So just plug those into your nav systems, I guess. But pretty simple to get to the BLM holding pens. And then my guess is that Senator Kolb will happily lead the caravan to Green River.
All right, that sounds good. And then if there are other folks here that want to tag along, it's in your own vehicle and meet at the specified locations. So that would be just fine. Thank you guys for putting that together for us. We appreciate it. With that, if there's no further business to come before the committee. Oh, and we do need Jim to come tell us about the reception. Thank you.
And Madam Chairman,
Yes.
excuse me, one more thing.
Yeah.
They did say at the water treatment plant that we'll have to kind of carpool once we get there, to kind of go from the water treatment plant headquarters out to other things that Brian Seppi would like us to see, but we'll have to kind of consolidate vehicles at the treatment plant.
Okay, that sounds good. Welcome back. Thank you, Jim, for reminding me you have an announcement to make for us.
This is the best testimony I will give all day.
Yay, we're so glad.
As we've notified, the Wyoming Stock Growers is pleased to host you all for reception at 5:30 this evening from 5:30 to 7 at the Santa Fe Grill, which Elk Street was mentioned. It's on your left going north on Elk Street, just shortly after you go under the interstate highway there. So you, and then if you have any family spouses that are traveling with you, are welcome. And I want to extend that invitation to the LSO staff as well.
All right, thank you. We really appreciate that. And we will plan to be there. So
Very good.
thank you. All right, with that committee, we are adjourned.